Hello, welcome. Apologize for the late start. Oh, yeah, would help if I take the cap off. Welcome, everybody. Now we should quit this for now. I was gonna do PTU, but I'm like, Hello, hey, Chimpasta. So we still have 3+ hours left. For whatever reason, last night my the system that I used after I paused it, it just decided to reset itself. I guess it's because it's designed to do what I was been doing with it. So I just added. I started it at 4 hours and had maximum of 16 for today. Ooh. I'm just picking at you. I admire the dedication. No. I just honestly, y'all, I was not expecting all of this to happen because the reality is, I don't think this has ever happened in Star Citizen. Period. You wake up in an ASD facility. Never a bad day when you wake up in an ASD facility. I think it was at Everest I need to go to. How's the PT treating you? It was okay. I haven't really tested much other than Siege of Orson, which makes me a bad PT tester. The biggest thing I can tell you about the PTU is that it's not as crashy as it was earlier on, and the instancing kind of works. Here, let me pull up a... Cutlass. I want a whole hello. It's just a whole D, but it spins. Woo. Oh, there it is. So we're going to be doing the captain stable later today. The way this is going to work is I'm going to play like kind of like I normally would. I'd be playing Play Star Citizen. We'll talk a little bit about the topic. In fact, I'll probably change the title once we reach around noon. Hey, Martel, how you doing? Yeah, doing my best. Hey, Rushboard. Yeah, no, the thing was that to get 16 hours in at and go to bed at a reasonable time, I have to wake up somewhat early.
Joypop_ just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for those 5 subs there, Joy Pop. You're very important. Pupper, very impressed, Mr. Vanny Pedestrian. You rock. Trust. Cheers. Y'all trust. Cheers. Ooh. Actually, I wanted to start it earlier than I did, but you deserve some nice hot coffee. Oh, you invited me back? Written by Genie, because this is our corp. Was Everett Hurston.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
How was everyone's day today? Oh yeah, as I said, we're going to be doing a call-in show for the Captain's Table. For those of you who don't know, the Captain's Table is a podcast that you on Star Citizen. There we go. Anyways, the captain's table is going to be a at work on my end for another 4-ish hours. Well, you've got me to keep you company. The captain's table is going to be a call-in show, but it's going to be specifically about the Star Citizen new player experience. It'll be overall like your thoughts on the current state of Star Citizen, but it's also going to be focused mostly on, hey, the new player experience. How is it? Is it like what needs to change to it? What needs to be added? Are you okay with things like instancing for it? That sort of thing. Hey, Trash Bandit, Bandicoot, how you doing? Think Stingray is a heavy fighter? Heavy or medium? Definitely not a light fighter. CIG's trend on doing heavy fighters and light fighters seems to stick, so probably a heavy fighter. CIG wouldn't know a medium fighter if it hit him in the face. Overshooting for some reason. Like, I touch forward a little bit and I'm just like, or backwards, I'm just like sailing back and forth. There we go. Oof. Something's off with those controls there. Ended up doing a pretty good landing though. Need to head back and do keep working the other stuff. I never finished rough grind, no. That's why I'm gonna head back there now. You look tired? I am tired. I'm running on, not terrible amounts of sleep, but I've basically been getting up, streaming, going to bed, getting up, streaming, going to bed for 3 days straight. And I still got today to do, but today is the last day. I won't be streaming on Sunday because I need some time to rest, but yeah. It's more that it goes to illustrate a couple things. There's a lot of content in Star Citizen, but there isn't a lot of meaningful content in Star Citizen. There's a lot of stuff you can do in Star Citizen, but a lot of that is not engaging. Over the past 2 days, are you finding some interesting perspectives on your smuggler's journey or long pay runs? Yeah, I guess. Star Citizen still, to a degree, feels like a vaguely connected series of gameplay loops. With a lot of repetition. There just isn't a lot of variety in some of the missions. Like, yeah, I have been playing one mission type for basically 2 days with that defense ship mission. But in my defense, that's because it's the fastest. It's the fastest to do in order to do the rep grind. Except none of those loops are finished. Yeah. Like, one of the things I can tell you right now is Star Systems. I mean, the Star Systems don't matter that much. What I can tell you right now, what would be an easy fix if CIG actually paid attention to the missions, is add more variety to the missions. Because the few times I've had weird shit happen in the missions, which were clearly bugs, not intended, they added a little bit more spice to them. Like, for instance, the mission that I'm doing, the mission that I'm specifically focusing on, which is the defense ship missions, instead of having the same patterns of ships that show up, vary it up a little bit. Have a single ship show up first, and then have 2 ships and then 1 ship, if you're doing 4 ships. Or if you have 3 ships, have 1, 2, and 3. Have 2 show up, then 1 shows up in the middle. Like, you can have different, they already have sort of different loadouts. The problem I have is they tend to have, like, I'll always have 1 or 2 ships that do some things. If the game is stable, it feels immersive to do the stale, hollow mission grind. Yeah, but I mean, like, just some small variations on the current missions would help. And of course, there needs more development. There needs stuff to be finished. Like, for instance, these sorts of missions should have more variation depending on where you are and what you're doing. There should be things like NPCs talking to you as you show up. If you're doing a bunch of grind in one area, the game should recognize what's going on, and the NPC should be like, oh shit, it's him again, or it's them again. Oh, I can't believe, you know. You're not gonna take me like you've taken my cousin, you know. Unfinished games just needs testing, kind of needs a repetition to smooth it bugs out, maybe polish state later. Yeah, but it's also been an unfinished game for 14 years, which is, you know, that's the tired, the not, I am physically tired, but like the emotionally tired part, which is like, come on, guys. Two games, that's true, 2 games. Hopefully one will release soon. Paul is dead. Yes, Paul is dead. Please spread that conspiracy theory. I've been replaced by a Paul lookalike. Is the look to like Tech Vandal or Banu? What are you talking about, baby? That was the joke, Dowiz. That in fact was the joke. I didn't know what your take is. The look like a Tech Vandal or Ban? I don't know, like that. I don't get what you were saying, baby. That's the thing. Back to the point I was talking about before, though. Yeah, I think CAG is like the missions aren't bad. In fact, some of the newer missions that I've seen in Star Citizen are fairly good. CAG is getting a handle on how to make a decent mission. The problem is that even the more modern missions have the problem of being repetitive. So since they're kind of encouraging rep grind and grind in general, which is a fine aspect of any MMO,
Scantos just got a sub from Estelga. Estelga gifted a tier 1 sub to Scantos.
Thank you for giving that sub to Scantos. You're both very important. Puppers, very impressive. Mrs. Vanny, bit of pedestrians. Rock across the cheers. Y'all trust the cheers. What really CIG needs to do is start to integrate a lot of the missions into each other, or into sort of, not, I want to say cohesive because that's not the right word. There is a cohesiveness there. More of a connect the missions to where they are. One of the biggest complaints I've heard about Siege isn't always like that. It's like, other than like the technical crashes and weird issues with bugs, from a gameplay perspective, it's just like, why are we hearing the same fucking voice lines that we always hear? Like, why are we using generic stock voice actor number 15 again that we've been hearing over and over and over again? The easiest answer is because it's the easiest way of doing things. But you can even take the same voice actor and then just give them different lines, or have them do a slightly different accent. The joke about "they got your cousin" isn't awful. Like, that isn't awful that it keeps popping up, because it's a funny line. The problem is it's the same line delivered by the same voice actor. If it was the same line delivered by 7 voice actors, at least there would be some variety there. Because they spent money elsewhere. Yeah, no, that's for sure. But if they want players, and they seem to want players to be, like, they're measuring playtime and engagement. Like, what's success to them is players playing more often, longer, with less interruptions. If that's the case, you want to add this little bit of variety to some of these things. If the Ninetales had their own unique accent or their own unique style, then they would be a little bit more interesting. A great example of this is the Rockbreaker mission. The Rockbreaker mission, which is just sort of a sandboxy idea that they've done, has a unique enemy type that I've never seen anywhere else in Pyro. Or in Pyro, and Nyx. And it has its own, like, they have their own, almost their own language that they're speaking. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Because even the Shattered Blade and the other enemies you face in the Nyx system have the same voice actors. Like Skyrim's variety to an arrow to the knee. Yeah, like, that's fine. It's not the same voice actor who says I took an arrow to the knee, because they were smart enough to, like, give the same line to all of the people who play generic guard. All right, I think it's in this. Oh, let's go to Stanky 08 and replace it. Missions also need random side quests. If you're on a siege, JD NPC can call in, where you there, you can grab them. Yeah, the same thing with, like, with ASD facilities. Like, we know that there's, like, repeatable ASD facility missions that are separate from the main mission. There should be a random chance that you just get that mission inside the mission. Where, like, the dude's like, hey, by the way, a little thing for another client. I need you to do this, this, and this. So you have a chance to, like, optional, go do these other things while you're doing the main thing. Adding some urgency. Like, if I'm defending a ship, there should be a fucking timer where I have this amount of time to get to the location before, like, I fail the mission. I shouldn't be able to, like, take the mission, get up, use the bathroom, go get something to drink, talk with my wife, check my emails, scroll through, like, YouTube for a couple minutes, and then come back and still have the same mission. Some of those missions, yeah, like delivery missions, that kind of, you know, and there are other missions that are just not time sensitive, it should be fine. But there should be timers on some things. Put a little bit more urgency to it. A mission storyline, you don't even need, like, a crazy mission storyline. What I'm talking about is more connect the missions to the systems they're in. they are starting to do some of those aspects, and they've even mentioned it in some of the monthly reports that they want to start adding unique voice lines for random NPCs in each system. So now, like, the Nyx NPCs will say different lines when you're in like a station than the Stanton NPCs, and which will say different lines from the Pyro NPCs. Like, they all have unique wild lines you're hearing while you're on the stations or in the landing zones, which is good. But they need to take that same level of differences and the same levels of like uniqueness and start adding it to the missions a little bit more. But yeah, that one dude who's like, help me, that's the same dude in every mission. So he actually really just needs to like get five people to do those same lines. You are Thorn. It's going to be a call-in show because it's the first of the month, the first week of the month. Captain Stables are probably gonna get a little bit more frequent as we get into the to the fall, simply because usually people are a little bit more active and more interested in to talk about stuff in Star Citizen when you're not in the we're not in the doldrums. Even if you give to each planet's different accents, yeah, that's another thing. Is just each planet or each system should have a different accent. They should feel different. Like, they've already sort of set that up with the trailer for Nyx. Like, Nyx having sort of a pseudo-Southern accent, like a mid-Atlantic Southern accent. Yeah, that works. The NPCs, it's an okay, just, it's okay to say, like, to not always have that accent, but it should generally have a similar accent where they go. Dumb questions. Besides Amelia Boyd, have we had any female villains, antagonist, opposition? I don't think so. Because we've had the commander, who's vaguely male, as far as we know. We've got Dr. York, who's definitely male. And we haven't really had any big enemy types. And then we've got the commander of the Shattered Blade Station, whom we don't know his name, but it's definitely a dude, or at least not. It's very masculine and not necessarily feminine. Yeah, I understand why that Shattered Blade guy was a throwaway generic commander. I have a feeling that everything we're seeing now in Star Citizen is going to be changed with 1.0. And I don't mean that just with features. I mean that there was a comment that Jared said, which kind of makes sense, which is they're going to use all the locations they're making for Star Citizen Alpha in the 1.0 storyline. That doesn't necessarily mean that those missions will be reused in the 1.0 storyline, but the locations will. So things like the ASD Onyx facilities may exist, but Dr. Yorit might not. Like, Dr. Yorit's story may be different. necessarily think that Yort won't make it to 1.0, but Yort won't be an the ASD facility that we see him in the current iteration. So I think what CIG is doing is they've learned that, or at least the writers and the mission designers have learned that everything they're doing now is sort of learning. So they're not going to put as much effort and time into making captivating characters, because those characters, a lot of them won't make it to 1.0. That's what I feel like. That's the reason why the Shattered Blade feels very generic. It feels very by the numbers. Not because they don't care, but because they don't want to put in effort into something that's not going to exist in 2 years. That's designed as effectively as a tool for learning and a tool for them to like fix things. And they can go back and change that once they get to the 1.0 area. When they start developing 1.0 story, they can solidify the characters they want to and remove the ones they don't. But they don't necessarily want to like build in known characters. I do think that they really better fucking keep Yort. Yort is such a great antagonist. He would be such a good reoccurring antagonist in terms of like just showing up in the most odd of places. Just like, God fucking damn it. It's like you hear Yort's voice and you immediately know, oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm gonna get into some genetically weird shit, aren't I, right now? Hey, one, please, Simone. Back in my day, we only had one OP4 voice actor. Oh yeah, well back in my day, we only had Stanton. Oh yeah, well back in my day, Delamar was in Stanton and you couldn't leave. Hello? Is someone there? I've been trapped in my hangar for over a decade and I can't get out. I would be very upset if CIG doesn't continue to use Yort. The voice actor was amazing. He's such a good actor. The character is well thought out. It would be such a crime to waste that potential. Because like I said, he would be such a good trigger. You either barely meet him because he would just disappear before you're there, or you would never meet him. And you're always like in the wake of Dr. Yort. So the second you hear anything about Yort or you hear his voice somewhere in a level, you can get, the experienced players would be like, oh fuck. And while that's not really like realistic as the idea that you constantly run into the same guy over and over again, it is a good way of building up a character and having players sort of understand who the character is.
All channels, I'm under attack. Please, if you hear this, help me.
Poor guy. He's constantly getting into these problems. There's the protect. Protect. Freelancer Dur. You know what the Freelancer Dur. I'm gonna fight the arrow first. If he doesn't do that, Jesus, fuck. Okay, what the fuck? What are you hitting him with? Okay, this is bad. Oh god, this is awful. Fighting him good.
I'm heading out. Take care.
That was awful. Oh, desync was terrible. Can't see anything either. Just have to go to Levski. It'd be cool if he comes out of nowhere after searching some elusive alias of his. And then he does his exasperated monologue over the intercom, all these troublesome mercenaries chasing him for years. New players would go, what the fuck is this guy? Well, the like, God damn it, not this guy again. Exactly. But I mean, like, he would be an interesting reoccurring antagonist in the context of, like, whenever there's some weird genetic shit going on, it's Jorith. It's Jorith. And so when he shows up in a mission, like maybe even just as a character in another mission giver's storyline, like, yeah, as you said, like, you like troublesome mercenaries always causing problems, and new players would be like, who is this guy? And older players would be like, oh, fuck me, this guy again. I feel like that is a way they could go that would make sense, is where you have some characters and antagonists that keep showing up in the storylines who are the stand-in for certain groups, like Jorith as a stand-in for, if he's there, there's going to be some genetically manipulated things going on. There's some weird science going on. You have a character who represents sort of like the Terra interests, a character who represents the Earth interests, you know, that sort of thing. Like Song keeps showing up all over Star Trek. Yeah. Or Sung, yeah, I think it's his full name. But, you know, or like Q, you know, in Star Trek. Sinister Six. Yeah, but I mean, like, in a superhero story, that kind of makes sense. You have antagonists and protagonists that are sort of like, oh, I'm gonna get you, Spider-Man, you know. But in stories like this, why that sort of thing works is because the characters basically are stand-in for, this is the type of gameplay, this is the type of story you're going to encounter. And then when you mix them together, it can create weird shit. Like you go on a mission and you're like, hey, I need you to go help a guy I'm hiring to help me out with some problems. And it's just like over the comms comes Yort's voice and it's like, hello, mercenary, I need this, this, and this. And you're just like, those who know Yort go, oh, fuck, I'm helping Yort this time. Why am I helping Yort? This sounds like a bad idea. But because Yort's being hired by the guy for, say, Terra's interests, now you're like, oh, well, fuck, I don't know if I feel good about this. It's a way of simplifying narrative that players kind of understand, that isn't super intrusive. And it isn't incredibly exhaustive in terms of like having to put the pieces together. That's a hammerhead. Maybe it's a bone. I get behind a mission like that. Start off one way, only to find out Yort has something you need to complete the main mission, and only after you do his side mission. But that's what I mean. Like that's really what Star Citizen is missing right now, is connective tissue. It's missing things that make you go, oh, I'm having an impact in this system, or like this is gonna sound stupid, but like in Ace Combat. In every Ace Combat, you start off as a nobody, and towards the end of the storyline, when you show up, like the enemies are scared, like they're freaking the fuck out because you're this legendary ace that's gonna kill them all, and so you feel like you've progressed. And it's nothing crazy. It's just NPC dialogue in the background. It's not like the story is saying you're a badass. It's these characters are now these random characters who are nameless fighter pilots are like, oh no, I don't want to face this guy. Or your allies are like, don't worry, we've got the legendary ace of aces on our side. It's like, oh shit, okay. Random NPC. I feel bad about you dying now. Good morning, G-Sharp. See the timer still going? Yes. Even if this runs out, though, even if the timer runs out in the next 3 hours, I will still do the captain's table, which still wasn't bad. I think we're a little over 30 hours. We did 16 hours yesterday. 32 plus 4. Yeah, we're at 36 hours. I'm just talking about like my experience with is Yort more Terra or Earth aligned? I'm guessing he's neither, but I'd imagine he has a side if you take with it. Whoever is helping him out the most. That's the thing, is that he believes what he's doing. That's why I like Yort, because he believes what he is doing is best for humanity. Like, he earnestly believes that he is saving humanity while he's doing what he's doing. So whichever side could convince him that what they're doing would save humanity is who he'd join. But what I was talking about is effectively my experiences thus far grinding out all of these missions to try to do this just doing this one thing. I'm like, hey, I'd like to do this. It has no resonance. It has no connection that I'm actually doing anything or that I'm building any sort of reputation. So the idea I had was, as you increase in certain in reputation and do different difficulty missions like these in did I just suddenly jump straight up? Oh, I did. In a specific missions, whenever you take those missions, when you have a higher rep there, the enemies should recognize that you are the dude who is doing all of these things against them. Oh, I'd love to see Yort in the Academy of Science missions. He'd be a great addition to that. Well, see, even if you're doing reputation as progression, which is what they're trying to do right now, which is the way it works right now, there needs to be a feel that you are progressing. Like, the only thing that I'm getting a feel for is more ships whenever I do these missions, more ships show up. and bigger ships show up, which is, you know, an okay method of progression, but it should be more than just, oh, this is getting harder. It should also be clued into, oh, it's, you know, we need to focus on this guy more, or, oh no, it's the Grim Reaper or whatever, you know. Elected Actor York to be the next Halsey. This match has been paid for and approved by ASD. I know what I'm asking for is probably not the highest priorities, because CIG still got a lot of things to do. But if CIG is measuring things based off of engagement, this is an engagement thing that's a super simple solution. It requires wild lines. Now, it's not cheap, but it would also diversify things. Like, there are no wild lines with these missions that I'm doing right now from the enemies, just from the dude who's being rescued. Then the dude who's being rescued should have more lines, and there should be more people who do those voice lines. You should have at least another like a woman, someone who's doing a man who's doing a different accent, possibly another woman doing a different accent, like 4 to 5 different voice actors doing the same lines of the guy who's in distress. But yeah, each shop having each faction have a shop with rare shit could also be a thing. But that's sort of like a, oh well, we need to add like X, Y, or Z thing, and then we need to like figure out how to do that. That's part of like Reputation 2.0. That's the system that they're working on, which we know is part of the 1.0 story, like 1.0 release schedule. What I'm saying is more of a, what could you do now to improve people's experience with these grinding missions? And like I said, it's making it feel like you are having an impact when you have higher difficulty missions for your rep grind. Just mentioning Dr. Yort because Dr. Yort is one of those examples of a character whom CIG has made really well. Simply with some audio logs and trailers.
Mayday, mayday, outlaws are attacking my ship!
This is the most unluckiest motherfucker in the entire universe. Get close. Oh yes, the NPC only ship, the Vanguard. I love how they have different flavors of NPCs. Like, you know, this one called the Sentinel. Then there's the Warden. It'd be really neat if, you know, you could actually fly these as players. That's intentionally to piss off Ghost. Come on. Ooh, no. No. Oh, it's just you. The Hornet, the arrow has recognized that I am the real threat. The joke is that CIG doesn't give a fuck about the Vanguard, and that almost nobody knows what the fucking Vanguard is because no one bothers flying them because they haven't been meta in like 6 years. As a result, they keep introducing heavy fighters that are better than the Vanguard, and they've completely let the Vanguard languish. Because CIG has forgotten that the Vanguard exists outside of being an NPC enemy.
Thank you. I thought we were done for.
That's a little better. I don't know if the nose guns being size 3 would be better. Them having better range and more armor would be better. Because if they can just tank your fucking shots, if they had those size 2 nose weapons and the size 4 cannons, 4 size 2s, it's not like an insanely low DPS right there. Or if they replace the nose guns with like guns that goes on the wings, so that you can, like, instead of just having those weird nose guns. Last patch they said that. Then they said specifically said they couldn't have that. That's dumb. They need to make those ships unique in some way, and they need to do so without doing DPS race, without doing weapons creep, like damage creep. How far away is it? Oof. I think I have the range for it. Yeah, it's 50 fuel. It's the closest I can go to. Point Glacium. Pyro Gateway. Let's go to Pyro Gateway. Wait, see. Is that closer? I do like the fact that they're redded out now because I can't actually go there. That's like, yeah, you don't have the fuel to go there. You can travel here, but you don't have the fuel to go anywhere else. Morning, Anansi. How you doing, bud? Having Vanguards almost immune to size 3 anti-fighter weapons would be a great quirk. A group should have some diversity in weapon choices, and it's not like the Vanguard is going to chase down your fighters. No. From a perspective of, like, CIG using a lot of the ships as simply NPC ships rather than player ships. The Vanguard should feel like something that CIG could put into a mission where it just defends a location. It's sort of the ogre at the door. You're not gonna fucking, if you're gonna go after it, you better have a weapon hard enough to hit it to knock it out. Because if you don't, it will just beat you upside the head and drag you away, kind of thing. It needs to feel like this gigantic, chunky bastard who's not gonna chase you down, but it's there to do a job, either protecting or attacking, and then leave. I'd fly it if it had terrapin levels of armor. I mean, that's sort of what it's designed to do, to look like and kind of have. The other big quirk about it is, of course, the battlefield upgrade kits. Being able to swap out and make a ward into a sentinel and a sentinel into a harbinger and all that kind of stuff. It requires some minor reworks, though, I think, to the exterior. Hey, Jaded. I'm doing okay. Oh. Whoa. Oh, I haven't started the stream, the giveaway yet. I should probably take that off the title. The idea I was going to do was I was going to do a giveaway, but I was like, well, if we reach the 48-hour mark, I'll do the giveaway. The last giveaway. I should probably turn off that giveaway stuff because we've been finished with that one. Root for the title.
Hello, I like money.
There we go. And then chatbot, check commands, giveaway off. What is the next ship, by the way? In Star Citizen or for my goal? Oh, no, for the giveaway? It is a M80. It's the last thing CIG gave to me before I got blacklisted.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
No, not something from Star Citizen. That's because I talked to CIG devs. I said I talked to CIG devs about Star Citizen, or about Squad 42, I should say.
Ramim_Noodle just resubscribed for 28 months.
Thank you for that 28 months of support there, Ramim.
Ghost 1800 just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for getting those 10 subs there, Ghost. You're very important, Papa Van Press. This is very new pedestrian. Rock, shots and cheers. Check out shots and cheers. Yeah, so basically, I did that video about Squadron 42 because CIG was clearly not going to announce that they were going to delay it, but everyone I talked to at CIG who worked on Squadron 42 were saying, yeah, it's delayed. And I was like, oh no. So I made that video because I felt that it was wrong that CIG was hiding this fact. And especially after taking money for Squadron 42 for so long and knowing that it wasn't going to make it to the end of the, make it until 2027, even as early as the early 2026. And it wasn't something simple. I tried asking the guys too, that I was like, what do you mean by, is this sort of like Is this just like some fixes that you're working on? Is this what's going on? And like all of them are like, no, this is some like serious level upgrades and changes to the story and missions that are like important. I'm in the wrong outfit. That's why I was gonna go to I forgot. I'm gonna go get it. I'll go get it later. Too tired to do this stuff. What am I? What's going on here? It's like I could go get some crews. It's like, wait, no. My flight suit. I took it off back at Everest. But effectively, I made that video, and then I got removed from their partner list. They didn't say anything; they just removed me from their partner list. And I've talked to devs since then, and they're like, I don't give a shit. Like one specific was like, I don't care about it, dude. Like, because a lot of them I was friends with before, they joined Star Citizen at CIG. Though I do think a lot of people made hay out of it because they're like, oh, you've broken the trust, and it's like I would never say shit to the community if the developers themselves said, I don't want this to come out to the community. Like, it's just between us sort of thing. And it's like, okay. Because I've never done that. I've only done it when people are like, I don't care if this comes out. I want to talk about it. No, that's cool. I just got to go back to, I'd have to go back there anyways at some points, yeah. The trust was broken whether you said it or not, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, I think I'll do that right now while I'm here. Well, let me get out and get a cruise real quick. I knew that it was likely going to happen to get blacklisted, but I thought it was more important to get that out there than it was to keep a partnership, which frankly wasn't that. Gotta be cruising inside here. Frankly, wasn't that valuable. That I still don't think will ever be super valuable. It might have to do with that. The real answer is it's no, but Puzzplay. I'm not. That's what I'm explaining because someone was asking. I got blacklisted. CIG will never do work with me. Maybe not never, but they're not going to do work with me anytime soon. Effectively, what it was is CIG saw it as a breach of trust on my side. And so they don't want to work with me because they're afraid that I will say stuff that I can no longer be trusted with keeping secrets. But I'll tell you this: I'm still part of Evocati. They haven't sued me for anything. It's not there. Is it here? You're good at Puzzplay. It's fine. No, but I wouldn't have been able to go even if they did invite me. So, because like it's in the UK, it's a lot of money to go. Like people have been recently, because like I've been doing this stream for like I can go up to 48 hours. I've been streaming for more than 36 up to this point. 16 hours yesterday, 16 hours the day before, and I still got 3 hours left minimum. Actually, minimum more than that, because it's like even if this ends in 3 hours and 20 minutes, I still have another show to do, so I'll be doing streaming for a little bit longer. But even this last month, which was really good financially because of the stuff that's been going on with the drops and such, that's only about half the money I would need to go to the UK. Even if I was invited, I wouldn't have been able to go. Just work wouldn't let me go, and it would be an exorbitantly expensive trip for something that is effectively neat, but not incredibly valuable from a perspective as a content creator. Or as a member of the community. It's not worth the time. It isn't worth the time. Now, if you were like, if I was in the UK, yeah, that'd probably be worth the time. Because it's like, you know, a couple hours trip to go there and do that. Even if it's like a day trip over there and stay over there for a couple of days, that would still be a more valuable, because it's not expensive. It's just super expensive. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Yeah, they're going to make you pay for your own travel. It's because it's not just a handful of like content creators and like influencers. It's like a mini Citizen Con. I've been joking, and a lot of people have been saying like, oh, this is Squad Con. It's like, yeah, because it's really a mini Squadron Con. I understand. AIs just want to say that I love your videos and your voice is back in my work. Cosplay, thank you so much for that, bud. Hopefully I'm sure you're meaning my my lore videos, as most people do. But thank you for that. I do need to do more lore videos. I've just been putting it off because I always am bad over the summer with it. I was like, I'm gonna do more lore videos, and I ended up doing one, but I need to do like 4 or 5. I need to set up a rhythm. One of the things I think I'm gonna need to do is I need to start taking breaks in the middle of the month from streaming, because streaming does cut into that time as well. Oh, nice. Thank you. In your opinion, what variant of the ship you think is the least necessary one? For me, it's the Valkyrie Asgard. It's the fucking T. Louis, man. Are you kidding me? The T. Louis is the least needed variant of any chip ever. Well, that's just long hours of streaming. It's like, so like to stream, I will typically, like during the week, I will get home, eat dinner, hang out with a wife, and then go set up for stream. When I finish the stream, I go to bed. So, and I stream between 3 to 4 hours. Now, if I wasn't streaming during those days, I could use those times to write, edit, and record videos, or write, record, and edit videos. And it takes me somewhere between, depending on the complexity of the video, it takes me somewhere between 8 to 24 hours to produce one video, depending on the length and other things. So 1 week off of streaming could produce at least 1, if not 2 videos in that same time. And those videos have a much greater impact long term, because those videos, they may only get like 5 to 10,000 views over the course of the first month or so, but they consistently get views over time because they don't get old. Whereas streaming only works for what I have right now. Valk is just underappreciated. Asgard was necessary. Nah, but the T. Louis is the biggest one that doesn't make any sense, because it's a carrier ship for snub fighters, where in a game where carrier gameplay isn't really valuable and snub fighters are even less valuable.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew pews.
E_Thug3 has subscribed.
Thank you so much there, eThug3. You're a very important Pub Van Pass, but very pedestrian. You rock. Awesome. Cheers and check out shows and cheers. Why not an alternating schedule, like office hours every other Thursday or something like that? That would work. That might work a little bit, but I do want to like. I found it very relaxing to take the day off or take the week off when I did the last week when I the week before this when I took that off, and I've actually found myself being a lot very very energized as a result of doing that. It was better for me to come back after that than it was before. And so if I had an actual schedule for that, like I'm gonna stream strange. Let me see if I can't go to another location and then bounce. There's something funky going on here. Let's go to service stations Delta. There we go. And the thing is that like shows like the office hours are better to be done weekly. But having like a break every so often isn't unheard of. The streamership is also silly, the Mako. The Mako in theory isn't silly. It's silly in its concept. But it's in its possible execution, it's actually a brilliant idea. It actually just needs real benefits. So, for instance, the easiest way to fix the Mako is to make it a camera ship, not just a streaming ship, but a camera ship, by giving it drones. Make the camera pod a drone, or give it detachable drones or launchable drones that could be connected to the ship, because then it becomes a sort of a spy ship rather than just a normal ship. You could use it to scout out an area ahead of places. You could and even if they just cleaned up the camera, because there's some weird funky fuck you UI that's over the camera itself for the Mako. If they made it so that it was a clean, crisp view from the camera with easy controls, Hey, CR, your game needs robots. I'm not saying robots, I'm saying player-controlled drones. So you have like a camera drone that a player can control and maneuver around. Yeah, and I've also said that a third person really needs to be put on drones. They should lock third person out unless you have armor, and that armor should have a drone. It should be like a mini drone that pops out. Because that's an easy solution to peeking in third person. Is you peek in third person, it's actually you can see the camera drone peek out, and then a player on the other side knows they're in they're third person. You still think they're doing drones? It's Beam Citizen. They haven't mentioned drones since the Reclaimer. No, they mentioned the drones. It's in the drone tech is in the base building. They're using drone tech for base building. Then be able to destroy the third person drone? Yeah, exactly. So that way you can see the drone, you can shoot it, and then the player loses their third person. So it allows for people to do third person camera work with physicalized camera. And like when you do like I'm doing right here, when you do this stuff, like where you're doing like, I'm doing F4 and I'm kind of like moving the camera around, that would just be a drone that is hovering around the ship or the player. And a lot of the folks who do like video work or get pictures in game, I've talked to them about this sort of idea, and they like, this is fucking amazing. I'd love this because I'd love a physical drone that I could move around so that I could get better shots, so I could understand like if I'm bumping into stuff and that kind of stuff. Like MWO, that's where I got the idea originally. When you go into third person in Wreck Warrior Online, it pops a drone out from the mech, and so you can see the drone from the mech. I don't think you can shoot the drone and destroy it, but you can like see the drone. And looking back at the base building showcase, it feels like it was all mock-up, and they have no way to deliver the level of complexity. I don't know what you're talking about. It was a mock-up, and they definitely have an ability to build that level of complexity. You can shoot the drones, and it locks the person out of the third person for 60 seconds. One of the coolest mechanics ever. I like that idea, yeah. I used to track people over MWO with their camera, hover drones, hover for cover. Exactly, Jaded. That's the way it works. It works for science fiction for sure. I think the reason why we're not seeing seeing base tech is twofold. One is they have to deal with the fact that base tech itself needs instancing. That's one of those things that's going to be uncomfortable for people to realize, is that base tech needs instancing.
My space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
Hey!
But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
UNKN0WN Guard 1 and just resubscribed for 55 months. It's been a minute since my last visit. How's it going, Paul?
Hey, good to see you. 55 months. Very important. Proper brand.
Mayday, mayday, outlaws are attacking my ship.
Okay. It's been a very successful Pub-A-Thon for sure. Oh, look, it's Captain Klepto. No, Kint Klepto. Clint Klepto. All right, who else is there? 600 I. Holy fuck. Take it out. Unknown Guardian, hold on. You got me right as combat started.
UNKN0WN Guard 1 and just gifted 10 subs.
Let me get to those 10 subs. There we go. Okay, first off, I'm gonna do this. All right, Habib. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'll kill Klepto first. We're gonna Delta.
You've got to keep them off us so we can work. fighters off me so I can work.
Okay, I'll get the fucking shuttle off of you.
Thank you. I thought we were done for.
Whew. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can take down Habib. This is just more pure for my curiosity, because I want to see if I can take out with this loadout, take out larger ships. Yes, I can. All right, now I'm gonna head back to Stanton and get my suit. Let's go to Delta and get a top off, and then head to Thank you for those, by the way. Why would bases need instancing server load? It's a complicated process. I think that bases need instancing because A, they need to be server load is an issue because there's a lot of complex additions you're going to be adding to the geometry. B, how are you going to deal with the fact that if you built a base in one shard, even if it only existed in that shard, how are you going to deal with it in another shard because of persistence and stuff like that? There's going to be a solution they're going to have to work out for how do bases function, how are they going to persist, how are you going to deal with people trying to assault them and attack them, and I think the easiest answer is to give them their own servers. Give them their own mini DGS. What did I put on this? So, I have the top turrets, which are just the Heart Seeker turret like combo package that did. But and I've done that because I'm dealing with a lot of fighters. But to deal with the larger targets, I have two deadbolts on there and two M series, size 3 M series weapons on there. They apparently have the higher alpha, so they can actually break through tougher targets' armor. If I could get two size 3 NDBs, I'd swap out the tops for the size 3 turret plus missiles for NDBs. Get laser cannons. Laser cannons. So whenever somebody enters the area around my base, they load to the instance the base exists on. Exactly, on your shard. That would be my guess as to how that would work. But that's the question, and I think that's the technical question that CIG is trying to answer. So for one, they need Genesis to function because their base building tech is built off of Genesis functioning. And two, they'll need to have some sort of way of dealing with the server load and how to deal with players coming and going from the base. That's what I'm doing this. That's what I'm doing this run right now. What I'm doing is I'm getting blueprints. I'm trying to grind up so I can get the blueprints for stealth components for like stealth, quantum drives and so on and so forth. I've just been doing this one grind for 2 days. It is a grind and a half. I remember mentioning it to Ghost, and Ghost is probably still in chat, and Ghost was like, this sucks. And I'm like, yeah, now I know. Yeah, this sucks ass. Because you have to get to senior contractor, which just takes a lot of time and effort. It's a lot of flying around. Yes, someone said suck ass. The Eckhart missions. The Eckhart mission chain is particularly egregious because the way you have to go to Nyx to do it, and the distances in Nyx is the hard one, the hard part. I've been grinding the number 5 board, and I'm so radicalized against bitch-ass door glitchers now. Yep. I like that guy says temporary here. You can't see it. Let me turn it on to the scene. You see Stanton Gateway, it says right here, temporary. Do the same grind in my Wolf at the moment. A lot of fuel stops, yeah. Because the missions really do require more, like you need to be in a combat ship to deal with these problems. And the problem about being in a combat ship is combat ships aren't known for being fuel efficient. And there are not many combat ships that can deal with both fighters and larger ships that are larger. Like the Paladin would probably be the best use of this. Get a Perseus? I have a Perseus. The problem about a Perseus is that you need other people to use the guns for you. The Perseus is good, but it requires multiple people to do it. And that causes the grind to increase exponentially, threefold, I should say, not exponentially. But I'm almost done with the contractor. I'm almost at the point where I can start earning, start rolling the dice for those components. You're a streamer. Yeah, but the thing is that I don't always want to play with other people because I also enjoy the solo experience, specifically because CIG needs to make the experience for solo players more engaging. No viral flu, I'm not going to do that. Especially since CIG should probably balance some of these things a little bit more. AI blades aren't in the game yet. And you shouldn't say, oh, in order to do better, you need to have a what is it, the equivalent of a $600, $700 chip, and then purchase additional like technology in order to advance in the game. So as a solo player, for something as simple as going up to 2 levels. But that's what I mean. Like, even if you can purchase it in game, it's like in order to play as a solo player, you need to grind money, which you can only get by grinding as a solo player on the things you're grinding in the first place. What I'm saying is, there needs to be a balance. There needs to be a way to get to the Perseus. It doesn't feel like I'm punching my face repeatedly. It's not difficult, it's just a pain in the ass. That's how it works in most games. You grind to get better, to a degree. I'm not complaining about the difficulty. I'm complaining about the grind itself. Not that it's like better or worse. There's also grind and grind. There's grind for the sake of grind, and there's grind that works as part of like progressions, which you're talking about. And I don't think grind for just grind's sake will work in a situation like Star Citizen, because it does require so much downtime. Like if you're playing like a simple fantasy MMO, you can basically be jumping from encounter to encounter in seconds to get that grind going. You can spend an entire hour and get 100 missions or 100 quests done for it. Whereas in Star Citizen, it takes you, in some cases, up to 3 to 5 minutes to even get to an encounter in the first place. That's not to mention having to go back usually once or twice every after 1 or 2 missions to get rearmed, refueled, and repaired. I don't get why Eckhart missions, these multiple missions, it would be quicker if we just do bunker grind in Stanton. Yeah, it would be. Hey, I got a person with me. It's Percy. It's Percy. No, it's a Polaris. It's Polaris. Like in WoW, I grind for like 3 weeks before I do mythic raids. Don't you do mythic raids with other people though? And that would be one thing for if it's like a raid. And at least with WoW, it doesn't take you 5 minutes. No, don't call me. What I'm saying is, CIG needs to work on progression. They need to make it so that it's easier to grind up to a certain level, and then once you reach a certain level, it's like, okay, so maybe you should either get better gear or get other players to help you. But right now, it's, 20 minutes to do 2 missions with all of the maintenance and other stuff you have to do. So even if you grinded for, let's just say, 4 hours. If you have a lot of time, you can play for like 4 hours a day. That's still only like what? 5 missions an hour, so 20 missions? That's if you're super efficient with it. And 20 missions won't get you out of the initial rung. It'll take you, like for this one specifically, it'll take you probably 15 to 20 hours to get to the level you need to get to even attempt to roll to get the blueprints. I'm mostly doing this for fun. Yeah, like I'm saying, it's more an issue of balancing the grind versus the rewards. As I was saying earlier, it'd probably be a little better if there was some variety in the missions, just like some small varieties. Because yes, I am doing one mission over and over again because it's faster, but having some variety in that mission where like how many ships spawn at once, when they spawn, what they're already kind of doing what type of ships. Even adding a little bit as you get higher in the progression level, someone comes up and says, "Hey, dumbass, leave! Don't fight us. You're a little wimp ass." But by the time you're getting to contractor, they recognize who you are, and it's like, "Oh, it's you again. Fuck you! I'm gonna kill you for what you did to my buddies." Because at that point, you've already done some work for this mission giver, so you, in theory, will be facing some similar enemies or some enemies that are similar that way. That'll feel at least more like you're getting progression. Yeah, and you're saying like they gated the best missions behind the best BPs behind the buggiest missions. I'm not even doing something that's super meta. I'm going for stealth components, which are not meta at all. So I'm doing this for the sake of myself, for a challenge. And nobody would do this because there's no reason to grind this out for those blueprints, because stealth blueprints aren't as good as military blueprints. No one's going to really use that because there's no reason to have stealth. Not like there used to be in the past. Have you used the downtime of the stealth shields? Stealth can be useful in PvP, but it's not necessarily good for combat overall. Have you seen the downtime of the stealth blueprint? The downtime? What do you mean by downtime? Oh, so it's a faster regen is what you're saying. The faster regen shield. Yeah, but it's also a weaker shield. Stealth ain't what it used to be. Stealth used to be insanely good. You get a right stealth build out, you couldn't fucking be seen until you were on top of people. Yeah, but at that point, you also have how often, it's a matter of how often you're going to get hit. It's still that way? It's not been my experience. Ghost, I know you use stealth, but have you used stealth in combat? If you're stealth, you can regen before they can engage again. For stealth shields, you're talking about. For very brief moments, yes. One of the biggest problems, though, is that there's that stealth component with PvP is only PvP. So Virtual Flu, you're talking about a minutia part of the Star Citizen community. As much as people don't like to admit it, PvP is a tiny portion of the community. If stealth worked like it should, or like it does with players, with NPCs, then it would be far more valuable. Yes, it is, Virtual Flu. It is not nearly the gigantic amount that people think it is. Enemy NPCs can't missile you when you're only seen 3K away. They see you further than that, Virtual. That's the thing. like it doesn't really work on them. They know exactly where you are and will move at you if they're like awake. A lot of times they're just brain dead and don't see anything. NPCs don't have the same restrictions as players do. Nah, dude, like I've not experienced that at all. Unless they've changed it recently. Full stealth out builds that I've used in the past, I've just been instantly targeted by NPCs and like gunned down. Progression more in the game, I'd imagine that more story angle, i.e. you start out in Stanton, you can legally fly a ship without a license fee and process, so you grind ground missions, CIG builds, maybe. Then you get a license, you can fly legally. That would be the original kind of pitch for something like Star Citizen, but I don't think that would work in the modern version of Star Citizen.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship!
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever take away my space game.
Velvet Kiss 77 has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that that subscription there, Velvet Kiss. You're very important, Pepper. Very precipice. You're very pedestrian. You rock. Trust, cheers, chat. Y'all trust, cheers. Unknown Guardian System. You know, since you and Loken got me into Helldivers 2, Star Citizen is not interesting myself. Thank you, Velvet Kiss. Enjoy the Bennu box. Star Citizen is just not interesting to play myself anymore. I don't keep up with the dev progress as much anymore, but I'm in too deep as a whale territory just to abandon Star Citizen entirely. And somewhere I still have to hop on and find people to play with me. I mean, you've reached the point, which is probably the most healthy point in Star Citizen fandom, which is you still have interest in the game, but you're just like not bothered to fucking do all the bullshit that requires that many that being part of the community sometimes requires, which is following the game development. You're just like, hey, this game is neat. I'm going to play it. Oh, it sucks now? Okay, well, I will come back when it's not sucky anymore. A fun station. There's Everest Harbor. So if we go here, we'll be fine. Hey, Fishy. There's Everest Harbor. Now I'll do my swap. Honestly, Oddcon, I do think that there will be a story, because we're going to talk about this with Star Citizen 1.0, or like the direction towards 1.0. I do think that they're going to do a story-based mission where it's like 1 to 2 hours of instanced single-player content where you're learning to play the game, where it introduce you into the story of Star Citizen. And that's probably where you'd see things like, oh, get a license and that sort of thing. The question will be, will CIG force players to do it? And I think if it's vital to the 1.0 story, the answer will be yes. But at least only the first time you play. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I've been streaming Star Citizen for a long time. Originally fully committed to playing it, and I'm having fun. The new leak looks interesting. Yeah. Or sneak peek. Oh yeah, the new the stinger they showed off. I don't figure it out. There we go. Yeah, they're good. The next big mission pack, the Siege of Orison, is instanced. Yes, it is, Tiberius. And this instancing semi-works. It still has some weird issues and bugs to work out, but it's not like crashing constantly. And it doesn't seem to be pulling down the performance a lot. First. Do. I think that's all I need. It's a monthish later. Do you still think at least one Virtue is going to be delayed? More or less now? More. Here's the thing, Virtual Flu. CIG is not having a presence at Gamescom officially is concerning. They could still do a presentation at Gamescom. Like they could be part of like a video presentation. But the fact that they don't have a booth at all seems odd. You'd think if they're going to do a big announcement date for this year, especially if they're going to Gamescom anyways, because they're going to be there for the Bar Citizen, they'd have some sort of representation there so they could show off to the press and to the average public what the game is going to be like if it's coming out in, say, November or October. August, September, October, it's 2 months, 3 months. That's a perfect time period for it. But there is no official booth. Seems odd. They're almost certainly not going to release the game within a week or a couple weeks of doing the big preview event, because those sorts of preview events are done typically months in advance, at least a month, if not multiple months in advance before release, because there would be a lot of wasted time for players to, for content creators and community members to did I not refuel? Right there. For them to show up to a event, only for that event to only matter for like a week. Like that's not even enough time for you to like make a video on it. like a very brief video, but it would make more sense to give them early access to the game beforehand. Hey, Polly, how you doing? No, there's been no date for Sidnus. Sidnus is not going to happen until after Squadron, if it happens at all.
You can take away
Launch
my
as creators
spaceship.
visiting? That would be dumb as
You
shit.
can take away my space
That would be
suit.
absolutely stupid.
You can even take away my space
Like,
lasers.
Creators would feel
you can
absolutely
never,
fucking gypped if that was the
ever
case.
Take away my space.
Because let me put it this way.
game.
What's better from a creator standpoint? Because you may not really understand this as a creator standpoint. Making a video that you can monetize or use to get popularity, or going to a preview video, which is just a preview thing, which is just the release. Yeah, at their own cost. That's a dumbass strategy if that's CIG strategy. They can't make content from it. They have to sign an NDA from it. Like, we know they have to sign an NDA. So if they have to sign an NDA for it and that's the launch, that would be incredibly dumb. There is more evidence stacking up that my sources were right, that it is delayed, and CIG doesn't want to talk about it. So there's only really one possibility, which is there's only one more event after Gamescom that I could see CIG announcing something to the public, because Chris seemed to indicate that he would prefer that they announce it to the public first rather than just to the community. And that event is the Game Awards. Star Citizen is the right type of game with the right type of audience to announce its release date officially on the Game Awards, which would still put it probably within a couple of weeks, if probably at that point, honestly, more like months away. They don't want to admit it. No, they don't want to admit it's a delayed because they don't want to, they don't have a hard and fast date yet. They don't have, like, you know, February 32nd, you know, 2027. They don't have that date, and they know that if they delay it again and without a hard date, if they just go 2027, then people will be like, okay, so the game's not coming out. Like, they'll ruin the trust of the rest, what little trust they have with the rest of the community. So they don't have a hard and fast date yet, which means they won't do they won't do an announcement. Jeff Keighley posted Squad Raid 2 on Reddit. When did he post that? I know he visited Manchester at one point recently, and there is a event at Gamescom that's sort of hosted by the Game Awards that does that sort of thing. Okay, I'm just gonna have to jump to another place because it's just getting annoying. Thank you, Pictish. No, I prefer a shorter hairstyle anyways. I just get lazy and forget to get a haircut. Maybe they can't afford a true marketing campaign. They probably can't. But they don't have to do a crazy marketing campaign because they have access to. They have an in-house video team they could ask to do videos for them, and do playthroughs. What the fuck is going on? Just gonna have to like eyeball this, I guess. There's Pyro Gateway. Gateway. Kirsten Sater Hardcore. That Nick's. There's Nick's gateway. All right, so let's go around the planet and get over there. My guess is a trailer release date at Gamescom followed by creators playing it. That would make sense, but it seems odd to do that because they don't have a presence at Gamescom. There's no booth at Gamescom. I know that they could probably do some like closed door stuff, maybe with like press and stuff like that. But it's also an odd thing to do the event at Gamescom and then go to October, wait till October for the players, for the content creators to play it so that they can have the smooth over effect of being like, well, I've played Squadron 42, so I can tell you if it's good or not. I want to jump on, but I don't have the strength. I mean, I'm not going to be playing solo for much longer, so. Hey, more GBA doing, bud. Answer the call, February 32nd on 2027, exactly. The short answer to the question of, do I still believe so? Yes, I still believe it. Everything is lining up the fact that they have really delayed it. They do not have a firm release date, and they've been waiting for them to get a firm release date of when exactly they're going to do it. Good win for Siege. It's fun. It's a good event, and the instancing sort of works. The most frustrating part is, of course, the last level is you die a lot to just random falls because you have to watch where you're going with the shipping crates. I feel that's a little unfun. I'd have preferred the shipping crates to be sort of like a nuisance that you fall, you can take damage, and you have to like parkour your way back up, and so that they're still a nuisance, but they're not like death traps. Because the main boss is also incredibly difficult. What I'm confused by is the very large bridge on the superstructure. What do you mean? What superstructure? Ooh. Speaking of tips, I'm very interested in seeing what the Accelerated Outline Freighter I've seen briefly in Squadron 42, right? I've only played a year, and I'm wondering if they're doing what they did in the past, where they only promise a release and then 10 years later. That would be insanely dumb on their part, because then no one would care to play it. At that point, you just cancel Squad 42, because like it's more of a resource drain from the thing that's making them money. Off topic, Star Wars Galactic Racer looks fire. Not a racing game fan, but the ones I have loved are Burnout and the old Pod Racer game. I've seen a lot of people glow about that game. It looks great. You think they'd have done that last time? Well, last time was more of a weird position in Star Citizen. So a little history for those of you who have not been around for as long as I have. The 2016 was really the sort of the death of the old idea of Star Citizen. The Star Citizen from 2012 died in 2016. And that's because of planetary landing. Planetary landing was not something that was planned for Star Citizen initially, but because of them acquiring a huge number of the people who built the original CryEngine, when they opened the Frankfurt studio, they got a bunch of people who were very comfortable with the engine and taught them how to do procedural landing, like procedural planets and landing generation. And Chris liked it so much that he effectively said, we're going to use this. And so that meant that large portions of Squadron 42 would have to be reworked, and large portions of Star Citizen would have to be reworked. So effectively, everything they had made before 2016 had to be either completely overhauled or tossed out. That's the reason why they delayed Squadron 42 at that point, was because the Squadron 42 they had planned was in the stages of, it was probably going to get delayed anyways, but it was going to be delayed like a year or two. But then they basically threw out the whole damn thing and restarted it from scratch. Not just Star Citizen, but Squad 42 as well. Yeah, but now there's AI, and Chris may get a new idea and toss out everything again. I doubt it. Like before that, they had at least they still had the goodwill. They were only starting to lose the goodwill at that time, and they were able to effectively go, "Hey, yeah, we know this is going to take longer, but see all this new technology." Like they showed off why it was going to take longer. I don't think they have that time again. They don't have another 10 years to make Squadron. And again, based off of my conversations with the developers I know who work on Squadron, the game is finished. This isn't like a 2016 situation where it was being worked on and it was in stages of completion, but they were going to need more time. Like the game is done. It may not be perfect, it may be buggy, but like you can play the game. That is what I've been hearing. So like, I always find it funny when I made that video and people were like, another 2 years, it's never coming out. And I was like, what? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Not from what I've heard. Yeah, no, this is not a situation where like no one has seen things. It's like, no, they're playing it pretty frequently. And everyone I've talked to in the Squadron team who's played it said it's fun. It's engaging. They enjoy it. There are some concerns about bugs and if the game will be ready for release when it releases. But the general consensus is they enjoy it. It's fun, but the elevators must work. Well, the elevators aren't as huge of a deal because the reason why the elevators are a problem in Star Citizen is because of the back end. And in Squadron, everything is sort of a set piece. So you don't call your ship up from an elevator. Your ship is waiting on the Idris. And you fly off the Idris, and you come back to the Idris and land on the Idris. There are elevators that take you to different levels on missions and stuff like that, but everything is a little bit more physicalized as well in Squadron because they can waste the time and resources on that they can't do that with Star Citizen. I mean, the freight elevators in sight. We don't even know if there will be freight elevators in sight. I'd like to see my Odin before I die. I don't know. I can't guarantee you that. I don't really care about Squadron 42, but the sooner it's out, the faster Star Citizen gets released. Kind of, but also not. Really, what Squadron 42 is for Star Citizen and CIG is more of a resource suck in terms of money. Not necessarily staff that there are that problems. It's a resource suck that they spend a lot of time on people who are only going to be working on Squadron 42 and probably not working on Star Citizen. So probably won't be there when Squadron 42 is released, once after Squadron 42 is released. And that process is expensive, and it costs them a lot of money to do those sorts of things. And unlike Star Citizen, Squadron hasn't made them any money yet. So they have to release Squadron to get it made. Once that's out, then they can focus on Star Citizen in terms of the money and the effort. I've heard a lot about Ashland. I'm wondering about exploration, where it's heading. I can tell you my belief on where it's heading based off of what we have with materials. It's cartography simulator. You'll be a cartographer, not really an explorer. You're not Christopher Columbus, you're Lewis and Clark. How many people are currently working on Star Citizen? I couldn't tell you offhand. I don't know that number. Because there's plenty of people who work on Star Citizen and Squadron 42 at the same time. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it. What the is that? Some weird maneuvering issues in here. Or if you get too close to the edge, it just sucks you in even if you move. You're Mason and Dixon, not Magellan? Yeah. We can look at the latest financial, you can look at the latest CIG financials and they'll tell you who's working. But here's another question. If somebody is working QA, are they working on Star Citizen? Are they working on Star Citizen? If somebody is a producer on Star Citizen, are they working on Star Citizen? Some people will be like, no, unless you're touching code, you're not a developer, which is, I think, dumb. It's a dumb take to have. But some people have those opinions as well. So that's the question. It's like, you say how many people work on Star Citizen. It could be one person, it could be 1,000 people, depending on your definition of working on. I question whether they increase the number of developers on Star Citizen when Squadron 42 is done. So it's not that they'll increase the number of developers, they just decrease the number of developers for Squadron. This isn't confirmed or anything like that. This is just the feeling based off of information I've gathered. I think CIG is going to get a lot smaller once Squadron is released. And they'll use that savings in terms of people who are working on Squadron so that they can focus more of that money that they're freeing up from personnel onto other things they need to do for Star Citizen. And to give you an idea of how complicated that question is, Don Plays, is the engine team works on Star Citizen and Squadron 42. The stuff that goes into the engine for Squadron 42 is the same stuff that goes into Star Citizen. So that team is working on both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, and I think they're just like a dozen to a half a dozen people alone. And the people who work on FPS balance, like Zach Pierce, he worked on Star Citizen and he's worked on Squadron 42. He's worked on both. So there will be some shift over where people who worked on Squadron will move on to Star Citizen. But not all of them will. Baby, that's a loaded question because it depends on who you're talking to. CIG will never sell enough Squadron 42 copies to justify the amount of money they spent on Star Citizen on Squadron 42. But that's not the point of Squadron 42. Because unlike other games, they don't have to. They've already spent the money on Squadron. Like Chris Roberts doesn't have to pay back, a publisher the amount of money that it cost them to help them make it. We are the publishers. They've already spent that money. They don't have any money to spend to take back, so now it becomes passive income. Is Squadron 42 ever coming out? Yeah, sure. Is there a place that has like a Spark Notes of Star Citizen lore has? Yes, Reaper. The closest thing you can go to is buried in the website. Let me refuel here and then I'll show you real quick. Personally, I would expect probably around 1 million units and about probably 3 million over the first year of Squadron's release, if it's not shit. Just from the cast alone, it's going to drag some eyes, plus Star Citizen players will buy copies. Even people who already have Squadron will buy copies. I guarantee you that's going to happen. Not everyone is brain poisoned about Squadron 42 as it seems, because not a lot of people know that Squadron 42 exists. Okay. self-funded? Kind of. We paid for it. The players paid for it with buying ships. All right, so for those who are wondering for Spark Notes, if you go to the website right here, you can go up to Explore, Comlinks. This is important. Go to the Comlinks. Under the Comlinks, you want to go to Channel Spectrum Dispatch. Once you hit Spectrum Dispatch, you will see effectively all of these. It's not Spectrum Dispatch. It should be Spectrum Dispatch. That's weird. They've changed some of their labeling. Spectrum Dispatch used to just be lore. Let's see if there's another one. Spectrum Dispatch. What you do here is once you have Spectrum Dispatch, you go to old. And then search. So if you go to Spectrum Dispatch and you go to old, you will have all of the original time capsule posts. So you go here. This is the first time capsule post. If you go down here to the very bottom, it says more in this series time capsule. This is a brief sort of overview to read. See, September 9th, 2012. Brief overview to read for all of the Star Citizen lore itself. The last post was on 2942, which was on October 10th, 2012, when Star Citizen was announced. So all of these stuff were on the run-up to Star Citizen's announcement. But it goes over all of the basics of lore that you need. So if you're looking for the basic overview of what the lore is, this gives you the basic framework of that quantum drives exist, that the jump points exist, that the UNE was founded, the UPE was founded, the first contact with the Banu, the first contact with the Tavaran, or first contact with the Xi'an, the first Tavaran War, the rise of the Mezzers, contact with the Vandul, so on and so forth. Yeah, using the lore is a good basis if you're going to do stuff with Star Citizen, so like fan stuff. And part of this as well, if you go back to this, is as you get up further. For instance, when you get to the end of the end of this, you start having the updates. Like for instance, Clean Shot, Citizens United, Clean Shot, United Dispatch, Congress Now, Star Watch, United. So these are all lore pieces. These are like in fiction shows
super short at $13
that sort of
and
talk about
37 cents.
the universe of what's
Thanks for the
going
law
on.
wits.
And then you've
Grab
got
a
like
beer
the
on me,
first,
bro. Love the
one of
Banu
the
law,
first
dude.
novels that are in fiction novels, like they're novels about real people in the Star Citizen universe, but they're fictionalized when we're reading them, like Tonya Oriel with The Lost Generation, which is about the Artemis ship, actually. And there's also some of the other ones like serialized fiction. Yeah, and if you want the more details on that, if you want a video version of this, I have done entirely new videos. Oh, Jesus Christ. And, okay, I'll add time. Woo, thank you for those, turn that off.
At Pictish_Selt gifted at Pict a membership.
Hold on.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Thank you so much for that 10 gifted subs. Who was that?
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
There, Pictish, you're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. Rock, chocolate, cheers, chat, chocolate, cheers. Thanks for the band, for the lore vids. Grab a beer from me, bro. Love the Banu lore, dude. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I did a comprehensive video on the Banu that did pretty well. People enjoyed that one. I love the small print blurb. Makes me laugh every time. But yeah, if you're looking for like a video version of sort of the quick overview, I've done an entire series called Beginner's Guide to Star Citizen Lore. I did a recent one a couple of weeks ago, or a couple months ago, which was sort of the updated version of that old guide I did, which kind of goes over all of the systems, all of the planets in those systems. It goes over the basic lore of like the basic history, and it's a very brief overview. And I think it's about 20 minutes at most. I think it's like 15, 20 minutes. It's a very short sort of overview for Star Citizen.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever.
Thank you, Raptor. People think I look extra dapper when I put on the white shirt. All right. Almost there, chat. Almost there. So I've got.
You can take away my
I've got like 2 or 3 more missions.
You can take away
and then
my
I've got myself senior contractor.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Thank you, Don Place.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
And thank you for that 10 pounds as well. It's nice.
Lasers. But you can never. Take away my space game.
And if Code Verdi does come to console, it's a whole lot of new potential. It is. I couldn't tell you exactly when Squadron Wars 2 is going to release. I can tell you what I was told, but it doesn't seem like it was a release.
I'm under attack.
It seems.
If you hear this, help me.
It seemed more like, hey, this is like work we're gonna want you to do between now and then. It was more of a, this is when this thing we're working on needs to get finished by, or is it gonna be dropped by, like a Jira post. And I can tell you, based off of that experience, that I can tell you based off of personal experience.
You can even take away my space lasers, but you can never, ever take away my space game.
That I have a feeling earlier in the year is what they want.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Kill this guy first.
You can even take away my space laser. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
ED's red tide just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for those 5 subs there. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. You're very pedestrian. You rock Constitution check. Based on personal experience, I think the time that they'll most likely release it at is around one of the big events. And May is the biggest month of the year for them.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
When do those alerts end? Oh, the alerts from YouTube? They should be finished over now. Then he gets to 10 subs, so. Hey, brother, what the fuck are you doing? You're just dancing around. Yeah, I would say Invictus or May makes the most sense. Oh, it hit him instead.
Heading out. Take care.
All right, let's see. Ooh, I'm so close. I said like one more mission. Oh yeah, YouTube alerts is finished. There's a bug with the with like it doesn't set up properly for whatever reason. Where if I it kind of feels bad. There we go. So, 10 more hours until Paul has to fly his his favorite for an entire week. Yes. Yes, that is true. Because I have been streaming for 2 hours, 15 minutes, and I've got 3 hours left. So, about 10 more minutes. About 10 more hours, yes. Wait, that makes the most sense. Makes the most sense. It's connected to military for Star Citizen, and it's also it's actually a pretty good time to release games, in my opinion, because May is one of those months where it's just before the holiday for the summer holidays, and so it's usually fairly empty. For instance, the original Overwatch released in May, which was a good time for them. Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you, Pictish. You don't have to. You're just dropping all of this money here that I gotta add my time for. Hold on. I also have to add another 10 minutes for that earlier donation you did. 50 pounds, my dude. Jesus Christ. Bro, just paying back for what that's all. God bless. Thank you, buddy. Oh. Hey, 50 pounds is a lot of money. It's more money than a video game costs in the UK, I'm pretty sure. Typically. Everyone does it during big events.
Keep them off us so we can work.
What? Or one GTA 6. You dropped me a tip? I have not seen that. There, Polly. Maybe it hasn't set up yet? Oh, there's a super chat control now where you can actually add like goals and timers. Oh, interesting. Okay. And yeah, I don't see it in the super chat though. Usually it tells me like the super chats. Let's see, Pictish Celt. I saw. Oh, I said yeah, Polly. That's what I was adding earlier. That's I thought that was Pictish. You said thanks for the lore vids. Grab a beer. I mean, yeah, I added that to the timer. Thank you for that, buddy. Thank you, Polly. Yeah, for the lore vids, yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Thank you, bud. Oh.
Mayday, mayday! Outlaws are attacking my ship!
Vanguard Titan Renegade.
Keep the fighters off me so I can work.
I'm getting there, bud. That feels like he should be. Shit. Fuck.
_San just gifted 5 subs.
Jesus fuck. All right, I'm backing away. That is a lot of missiles.
I'm heading out. Take care.
Do they have a missile like array on that? Oh goddamn. Okay. Okay. Playing fucking Ace Combat there for a moment. Missile alert. Missile alert. Missile alert. Lock that. I'm out. I'm trying to get out of here. Luckily, the hostiles that I have to deal with here on Gilligan's Isle are in fact UV breaker station. What is the closest? People service station land. Don't go there. Are Shattered Blade, and the ones I'm trying to shoot down are not Shattered Blades. The Shattered Blade stations just fucking fire at them. Yeah, so some of these missions take you to TSG sites. See, Iris, that's the best part, is that the client
is flying next to an outlaw base, but the outlaws attacking him are from a different outlaw group. So the outlaw base is shooting at the outlaws and the clients. Let me give you this is the old joke. Hold on. Okay. Oh, hey. Look. My wife got my breakfast. As is tradition. All right. I think I found the meme. The average Ace combat experience here. That's what it felt like all of a sudden. For those of you who haven't played Ace Combat, this is exactly what it feels like. Oh. Looks like me on DCS. That is the average Ace combat experience. Is just that missile alert constantly going off. Did I break the rep barrier? It looks like I'm at the edge. That usually means I've made the next one. I'm looking for a specific type of mercenary mission. High risk ship encounter. Tricky ambush. I found it. Perfect.
Hello, I like money.
It's not the money. It's the fucking... It's the fucking blueprints. This dust is so annoying. I complain about the dust, but I'm like, this is accurate. This is what it feels like to be inside a dark nebula, according to their own lore. Like, yeah, it's fucking impossible to see shit. Time keeps going up. Yes, it does. What are those pads? Oh, it's right in front of me. I'm just inverted. And he really rubs you the wrong way, doesn't he? Knowledge. Will there be more roller videos? Yes, there will. I'm going to be working on 2 of them this week. Basically, today is my last streaming day for the week. I won't be streaming again until next Thursday. So, hey, Trusan, how's it going? I've been streaming for 3 hours and I still have 4 hours left. Well, that's good. And I finally unlocked the missions to attempt to get the blueprints that I want. Are you guys on summer holidays up there, school-wise? Yes, until next Thursday. This is basically my last full week of summer. So I'm going to spend some time next week to finish writing my complete history of Anvil or Aegis dynamics.
San just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for giving those 10 subs there, Tree San. You're very important, Pub-A, very impressive, very impressive. You rock, shots and cheers and chat. You awesome theories. Out. I also have a video that's going to be a Patreon exclusive that I'm finishing up tomorrow, probably. So now we're at total of 7 hours and 36 minutes, 36 minutes. And we've already streamed for 32 hours or 16 hours on Friday and 16 hours on Thursday. So, I have streamed for 35 hours and a total of 39 hours. Nah, it's all right. I'm excited for my kids to go back to school in a week, but not excited for the extra traffic to during commutes. Oh yeah, that's gonna suck. My wife has to commute. She used to work remote. They made her go back into the office a couple days a week. It's a dumb move for her job specifically. She really doesn't need to be in the office that much. But over the summer, it's been the lower traffic has made it so that instead of her coming home at like 5:30, she's been coming home at like 5 or even 4:50 because she works from like 7 to 4. All right, there's nothing. I'm gonna pre-prep 4 ignites. No, I know. And it was one of those situations where they had been remote for longer than the pandemic. So, because they were going to build a new office, but the new office was built, and they forced everyone to go back into the office because they had just spent all this money on this office building. The problem is that in the process of being remote for like a decade, they had a lot of people who were living in places that were far too remote to actually come into the office, but they could pay them. Fuck, that's a lot. I'm gonna just blow my load on the main guy and try to get the fuck out. Yeah. And it's a problem here in Austin because basically the building values have like cratered over the last 3 years, especially for like office buildings. So we have a bunch of empty offices. So it's like we spent millions of dollars building a new building. We need to get rid of that. We need to justify it. Past you, Vandal. Fire. Fuck. Switching to guns. Die, you piece of shit, die! Why aren't you dying? Get out. Fuck. Oof. I go? Out that way. Ah! Fuck you, Duel! That was fun. I feel like if I did that in a Gladiator, it would have been a little bit better because it would have popped up, said, eat size 5, bitch, and then ran. There's Dank up here. I didn't see him pop in. You gonna do what to to the main guy? What did I say? Oh, I'm gonna blow my load on him. Which I did. I gave him the full load. I feel like if I had a torpedo, he would have been dead really quickly. Yeah, the ordnance load. What do you think I was saying? Let's see what I got out of this. Sonic Light, Gamma Max, and Eclipse. I think one of those is a power plant, right? Stealth A, size 2. And a Stealth C, size 1. And a Stealth B, size 2. Holy shit. That was pretty good. To give you an idea, the Eclipse with... let's just say 900 barrel. It's got to be 900, I think. Yeah, 900 barrel. And a 900 plus Stellaron. We still got this Severilium. That like 900 plus Severilium. Because that gives an integrity of about 16%. With 900 plus barrel and 900 plus Stellaron, it gives you 4 additional pips. For this Eclipse, size 2 Eclipse. Has CIG spoken about upgrading items already in possession to compete with craft items? Yes. However, they have said that any items you already have that you upgrade to a higher tier will be worse than any item that you already crafted. So if you craft a tier 2 item from scratch, it will always be a better item in terms of its stats than if you upgraded a tier 1 item to a tier 2. Just tell him that it sounds exactly what it sounded like. Because I mean, you're watching a very well-dressed, handsome man. That's exactly what it sounds like. Troublesome days ahead. Don't tell her she has to be jealous. You can always watch me too. I will stop. I'll stop. I swear.
Drinks all around. Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday.
The _Don_ plays just got a sub from Eerie Stretide. Eerie Stretide gifted a tier 1 sub to THEDONPLAYS. They have given 119 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, give that sub there, Iris.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday.
Latrivan just got a sub from Eerie Stretide. Eerie Stretide gifted a tier 1 sub to Last Raven.
Thank you for giving
They
that to
have
Last
given
Raven as well.
120 gift subs in the channel.
You're all very important puppers, very precipices, very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh God, here comes Victor Skell as well. With more.
At Pictish_Selt gifted at Pict, a membership.
Thank you so much for gifting those 10 subs there, Victor Skell. You're all very important puppers, very impressive pictures, very medieval pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. We add that manually to
But you
there.
can never, ever take away my space game.
Spaceship. Dude. Never. Ever.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
N1GHTCOB just resubscribed for 53 months. I am going to blow my load all over the sky and get out.
I call it the hit 'em and quit 'em tactic there, Night Cobb. Thank you for the 53 months of support. You're a very important bubber, very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers.
You can take
The
away
best
my
part is people
spaceship.
don't realize I do that
You
intentionally.
can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Oh.
ever take
That
away
was
my space
that
game.
was incredibly engaging though. That because I was like, oh, I'm gonna die if I don't kill this guy quick and get out. And I could almost see a story in that, which is like, hey, you're pretty good. We need you to kill a Vandul clan leader. And his whole clan is with him, by the way. Good luck. Like, okay. Just
You can
pops
take
out of
away my
nowhere.
spaceship.
Vandul clan goes, what the
can take
fuck
away
is
my
going? And then
space
just
suit.
dude unloads
You can
missiles,
even take away my space
focuses
lasers.
down the leader, and just fucks
But you
off.
can never, ever take away my
Sure, Paul,
space
sure.
game.
Listen, you talk about the biggest, blackest thing ever, of course. Yeah, the space alert. Can you still hear them? Okay.
You can take away my spaceship.
I thought it wasn't going for you either. Let me do that right now. Let me do that right now. Okay. I thought I had muted it for everyone. I just muted it for myself, is what I did last time. It's a bug where if you do a sub, if you gift subs on, or gift memberships, it treats every membership as a new membership rather than as a sub and as a gift. Usually I have a button to turn it off on my end, but I usually do that for office hours, so I don't have it on this setup. Let me do the thing. Go to trigger fire. Log with Twitch. So it's in the clips. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Sent him all of these clips.
No, he gave me the soundbite. He gave me the sound.
Okay, here it is. This is the one. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible. All right. Can someone clip that? What are you doing, a giveaway? I'm not doing a giveaway right now, no. Okay. Save. The biggest, blackest part of... Well, turn down the volume a little bit. Space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible. Okay. Save. And then I gotta go to Twitch. I gotta go to... Stream. It's under there. Channels under there. Rewards. Any rewards? No. Drops? No. Emotes? No. Vanity Wars, there we go. There we go. So that should be saved. Save. All right, so it should be there now. Let me check if it works. I'm not seeing it. It's weird. All right, it's there. You have to go to rewards, though. Did you hear anything? Doesn't look like it's playing on my end. So what I may have to do is go back here. Copy link. Okay, so hold on. Play another sound. See if it works.
Two words. Distress bacon.
So that works.
Genesis.
Okay, so those work. Freedom works. Hold on. No, okay. So let me see if I can't fix this here. This is why I don't do this live, because it takes a while for me to fix this up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Okay. Let me do this one more time. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible. It works now. You can tell the fast card is there now. See if there's a couple other ones. Ooh, it's nice. You want to hear a remix of Turn the Lights Off by, this is from, I think this is from Star Citizen. Take a listen. I think so. Oh. Synth today. Turn the lights off. It's a cover. Oh, it's using Star Citizen as a background track. Okay, I thought it was like the song from the different one. Yeah. So it should be working, by the way. If someone clips me that I'm gonna blow my load, and you want me to post that, I'll do that as well. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible. There you go, chat. Okay. I'm gonna accept this one. But I'm going to get my fucking gladiator. I'm not gonna take on this fucking Crusader Star Runner with just this thing. I'm gonna get the gladiator. I'm gonna queue up a bunch of torps and then just torp the hell out of it. Someone else can do it. If someone could do that, if you have, especially if you have a sub, you can go and rewind and get that clip that. It was from about, I would say, 20 minutes ago. Let's see if I can do it myself. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna re-prep 4 ignites. No, I know. And it was one of those situations where I'm just inverted. Her coming home at like 5:30. She's been coming home at like where they had been remote for longer than the was there tree saying you're very important, Papa Van. Her coming home at like 5. Trying to find it. I'm excited for my kids to go back to school in a week, but not excited for the extra traffic to drink. It's hard to do this, but I'll put the link here. I found the link here. If y'all can find the like that, this will give you to the point where like it's within a couple of minutes. I just can't like skip forward and back. Good night, Fishy. Yeah, I'm gonna get all dressed up in my gladiator and blow my load over a guy and bounce the fuck out. His fucking gladiator. His gladiator. For fucking. Indeed. Look, I like your style, just to be clear. You are a nuke. All right. Gotta remember to reload the missiles while I'm here. Whew. I feel like I've become an expert at this. At Eckhart missions since now. That. Okay. Well, if all else fails, I have a Deadbolt 4. But I also have Reapers. No way. I can fire 4 Reapers at once? This sounds like a dumb idea.
Drinks all around. Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Lost from Blows just got a sub from Anonymous. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Lost from Blows.
Thank you for gifting that sub to Lost Robots. You're both very important pumpers, very impressed by surveying pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You. There we go. For anybody in lore who knows the actual quality of the Cebrilium we got, what was the actual quality? Was it like 935 or something like that? $967. So that would turn a Eclipse power plant, which is a size 2 power plant, into, it would give it 700 HP from 590 HP. It's mostly an HP thing for power plants. It's power pips on military. For the Eclipse, it's just the power pips are Stellaron and Barrel. For the stealth. So if we have Cebrilium that's cheaper, we could probably use it. Yeah, because barrels is pips. 900 plus barrel will give you 2 pips. And Stellaron is 900 is also pips. They give you two pips for Stellaron. Is Stellaron the one you get from Rockbreaker. Okay. I can tell you right now that I know that Volus has high level barrel. He has a reservoir of high level barrel, so we may be able to trade some of that Ceruleum for that barrel if we want to do a straight trade. I heard I told him we had like a 900 plus Ceruleum, and he mentions like I've got some barrel if you want it, so we can trade some of it. We have a lot, don't we? Of the salve. Yeah. Power plant. Yeah, we only need 0.24 SCU of salve for the JS6300 to get it done. That's true. But they probably also want to make as many as they can. So I'm just saying, we don't have a lot of time left before that shit gets reset. Because when 410 comes out, all that's just gonna get re-rolled. I've been at 4 hours for 84 years. Yes, I have. We can wait a bit, yeah. So you're saying use it or lose it for the equipment, because for the resources, because they don't get wiped as much as they get re-rolled, which is dumb. Okay. Let me show up.
Time to earn your credits. Keep a lookout.
Jack in the Box on 3. One, two, three. Scanning to get a maximum target range. Give me the ping. Nope. Give me the ping. Give me the fucking ping. Fuck. Firing. I have no idea if they'll hit. Done, I'm out. FL-11 cannon? I got a bunch of good cannons, I guess. Light strikes and... For those wondering, when I said, give me the ping, with missiles, they seem to track better. When you lock onto them, they'll say lock. You have to scan them so that they, if they set out a scan, so it has a better lock on it. But it'll go lock, and then you hear a like a click, and that I've discovered that means that the missiles are fully locked on and fully ready to fire. But if you do fire before that it's done, there's a chance the missiles will swerve off. But that confirmation click is like a fully, like, it's probably not gonna miss. JS 500. Holy fuck. If we had a JS 500, it would only take, we could build one JS 500. More in there, Shadowstalker. Yeah, I think you're not looking for crafting much size 3 parts. I don't think you can craft capital parts, right? Yeah, there's no capital parts for size 4. Yeah, same with the Eclipse. I front fire until I hear the target lock. It's not just target lock, it's like a double lock that happens then. Lock and tracking, yeah. Prefer the Gladiator or the Harv? The Gladiator. Mostly because the Gladiator can be outfitted with bombs separately. So it has a little bit more of a flexible, and it's also a little bit more maneuverable. The only thing that's the problem with the Gladiator is it doesn't have access to the gunner. Like the biggest change they could do is just make it so that the Gladiator has access to the gunner's guns as well, and that would make the Gladiator a legitimately good ship for like a without it being broken, I would say, for like general combat. It's weird. We need torps that are like with the wire guided. That would be kind of cool. I mean, Ghost isn't here, but Ghost has been asking for lasing targets since forever. So having sort of a beam guided where you just like a wave lighter with lasers.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Ghost__actual has subscribed.
Thank you, Ghost Actual, for coming subscribing. You're very important, public, very impressive, very interesting. This your fault, and I trust your trust and viewers. We're talking about the other Ghost Actual. Good timing, though. Thanks for the subscription on YouTube there. Max and Spinto. We've got a couple of more hours left. I'm going to take a break real shortly. Until the captain's table, I mean. We've been streaming for 4 hours, and I have 4 hours left. I am inverted again. Now that I actually have the missions that I can grind for, that I've been grinding for, it's all about the proper use of application of force, I should say. Contracts. I'm not seeing it anymore. Ah. High-risk ship encounter. Seem to have exhausted it for now. All right, well, for now, I will rearm. All right, be right back, chat. Look at this real quick. All right, I'll be right back. Hopefully the time will have it come back.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete.
The biggest, blackest part of space I can find. Just as deep as possible. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find. Just as deep as possible.
Genesis?
Drugs.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible.
Hello, I like money.
Let's see if it comes back. Do contracts, mercenary. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible. Trick ambush. Yep, I definitely need these torque. What were you all spamming? Okay, you're spamming the appropriate new ones. We still got 3 hours and 50 minutes left. We'll start the captain's table in about 2 hours from now. That can still go up higher. It can go up to add an additional. Doing math in my head real quick. Is that 7? But it's like closer to 8, like almost 8 hours so far. So you can add another 8 hours total. We have new memes. Yeah, go to the SFX Blackest. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible. It seems like the majority of Star Citizen firearms feel primitive for so far in the future. The equivalent of us making muskets, but the familiarity with standard FPS makes it better for better gameplay. It's a little bit of both. The lore excuse for it, Calf, is that there is a sort of a retrograde of technology. Like the kind of stuff we could build today or in the near future of possibly building things like smart weapons. For like FPS weapons, would be outlawed in the UEE because it would be AI. It would be considered artificial intelligence. Like a lot of the things we have in our world today would be considered AI by the anti-AI laws of the UEE. So, because AI and AI paranoia is so high, it's going to affect pretty much anything that we do as a species. Like the closest thing we have to AI in the Star Citizen universe are the Intelligent Flight Control System, or the IFCS, on all ships, which is sort of a predictive system, but it's bordering on that definition of AI. So we're talking about technology that's like probably 20 years older than we have now, but add on in terms of like artificial intelligence and like systems, but like with interstellar travel and faster than near faster than light capabilities with like warp drives. Yeah, it has an anti-AI law because AI keeps fucking up and killing everybody when we build it. Let me see if I still have it. It's called the AI Research and Production Restricted Act, or AIRPRA. This is the specific guidelines. It bans the reception of government funding for AI research, adds a requirement for Senate approval on privately funded intelligent research. If approved, the research must be strictly supervised by UEE Science and Technology Committee. A notice that approval can be revoked at any time, and a ban on selling any products that display signs of artificial intelligence. And it's defined artificial intelligence as, quote, any software or hardware that can convincingly imitate intelligent human behavior, unquote. So like anything that could pass the Turing test, and there's a lot of shit today that can pass the Turing test. Meanwhile, Levski, so the Roombas formed a union. The Levski would allow for the Roombas to form a union. All right, got a minute left. Switch over to the Reapers. Those all queued up, ready to go. But there aren't too many laser or rail guns. There are rail guns and lasers. In fact, there's a lot of lasers in FPS combat. And to be fair, the weapons you can buy in a standard sporting goods store today in the United States are very similar, if not almost identical, to the weapons you could have bought 100 years ago from a sporting goods in the United States. There's an entire range of FPS weapons which are energy-based, laser-based. They just aren't as popular in meta. One of my favorites is the Custodian. There's even like an electric energy weapon where it fires electric arcs out as it builds up damage. Plus also actual electric ray guns. Right. Suck it to me. One more ping, one more ping. Give me a better ping. I'm closing the distance, I'm gonna fire. Firing. Strike, 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 strike. Gone. more cannons. Getting closer. The power gateway closer? No, it's about. Levski's closer. We'll go to Levski. Yeah, arc light pistol is pretty good. Here, let me pull up the Klausenwerner. So these are all the personal weapons made by Klausenwerner. You've got the arc light pistol, which is an energy pistol. You've got the arrowhead sniper rifle, which is energy. These are all energy. These are ship weapons. You got the Demico, which is a laser light machine gun. The Gallant, which is a laser rifle. You've got the Lumen 5, which is a laser SMG. And I think that's about it for Klausenwerner weapons. Then you also have Kastak. Let me do Kastak real quickly. Their products, they do a lot of armor, but they also have the code is Ballistic Custodian, which is my favorite, which is a laser SMG. They have the Devastator, which is a laser shotgun, or an energy shotgun. And then they have... I think there's one more they have that's laser-based. The Karna. The Karna, which is a laser rifle, or an energy rifle. It's technically a plasma rifle. The rest of their weapons, like the scalpel and stuff like that, are all ballistic. Like the Ravager, I think, is ballistic, and the scalpel is ballistic as well. So there's actually a lot of laser energy weapons. It's just they're not very popular with the community. Like, players tend to not like them. Because typically the laser weapons aren't as high alpha DPS, especially when, because right now degradation doesn't really matter. Like, in the future, I'm assuming that laser and plasma weaponry will do what laser and plasma weaponry is supposed to do with ship weapon, which is melt armor. So laser weapons should rapidly destroy players' armor or enemies' armors so that their armor will be blown apart as you shoot them. So it'll sort of a disarming weapon or like a removing the defense weapon rather than just a pure kill weapon. It can still kill, but its main design is to just melt the armor right off your chest. I believe that's probably what they're going to be doing, that they'll be used for. So they'll be good support weapons or good weapons to use if you're dealing with heavily armored enemies so you can take them out faster. So they'll be better for specific targets versus others. But for now, the ballistic weapons are just insanely high damage. And so you bypass a lot of the defenses by punching through the defenses, by punching through their, with the ballistic weapons. Yeah, those were just the energy and plasma weapons, by the way. I didn't talk about the Askov or something like that. The Uberev. These are like vaguely Slavic and Russian sounding weaponry. And then there's the one was like the Prism or whatever like that, which are the energy / lightning weapons. They're really effective. The energy lightning weapons are insanely effective. Pictus, thanks for hanging out, bud. See you in the verse, bud. Thanks for all the donations and everything you did as well. Did you do another one that I didn't see? It would have popped up. All right. This. The Ripper? Yeah. We're gonna do that. Mercenary. Brick Ambush, Vandal Glaive. This should be pretty quick. Taking on another Vandal plan. Whew. What time is it anyways? 4:43. Those watching on YouTube, we will be moving over to the Captain's Table YouTube when we get closer to the end of this, get closer. So like we'll be ending the YouTube stream here in about, I would say 2 hours, closer to 2 hours. And you'll be moved over to the Captain's Table YouTube. I will set up the Captain's Table YouTube here in about hour and a half, hour. The topic for today's Captain's Table, it is a call-in show, so if you want to join us, you can join us on our Discord, !Discord on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, it'll be in the comments below. Give you a link to the Discord. Make sure that you check out those links. Join us. I'll set up the it's called the Captain's Table Live channel, like stage. If you don't see the stage, you should still see the bar. Once you get in, jump into the bar or the live channel, and I'll pull you down into that when we get started. But I do want to hear your thoughts. That's the reason why I do these call-in shows, is because I want to hear the opinions of the folks from the universe as a whole. All right. Hmm. Hey, come on in, Paul. It's good to have you there. The topic is the topic is the new player experience. I want to hear your thoughts on the new player experience and like the first time coming into Star Citizen and that sort of thing. How it is now. What do you want to see in the future? And we'll talk a little bit about like free flights and are they effective? Basically, the experience of the new players, the experience for new players, what CIG has done, what they should do, and just also generally, your general thoughts on how everything feels. So tricky ambushes are just hit and run missions. All ambush missions are hit and run missions technically. I do the hit and run missions like this because it's faster. But it's not always easier. Go. The idea is to have as many people as possible to give them about 10, 15 minutes each and go through.
Time to earn your creds. Keep a lookout.
I'm newish to Star Citizen though, so that's good. It's good to hear your perspective as well. Give me the ping. All right, firing missiles now. They're tracking properly. They're tracking. Hit him, hit him, hit him. How did you survive 4 missiles? Four torpedoes to you, I should say. He's basically dead. He's not moving anymore. Trying to get out of the way. Come on, fire, damn you. Blow up, blow up, blow up. How are you not blowing up? Jesus fucking Christ. I got the same fucking cannons again. God damn it. Well, you know, you can also talk to people who have friends or other people that try to get in and they've been like, nah, I'm not interested. I'm having problems, or like their experiences helping new players get into the game. Because the new player experience is more than just, hey, how does it feel? It's also like, you know, do those players want to come back? Do those players are even interested in playing the game based off of its reputation, that sort of thing. I'm surprised that Glaive was able to survive 4 torpedoes when a Connie Taurus and an MSR were just freaking one-shotted by 4 torps. I think it was basically dead, but it wasn't officially dead until I hit it with its hit it enough in the right places. I had to like hit it in its power plant or something like that. All right, I'm gonna go jump out, get grab something to drink, reset my respawn point to here. I think it's actually still here, so it should be fine. Yeah, the Mantis and Meteor has that issue too. You drop the generator while the armor is still yellow because the armor rating is so low that it's just dead in the water, even though it has no red on it. So I got the Aquila in 2022, but I've not played until recently. Got it. That makes sense. So you understand the game in the sense of like you understood like what the game was because you've been following for a long time, but you didn't play the game until recently. That's fine. It's a good perspective to have too, because there's a lot of people who come back after long breaks. What do you got for me at the... There's no food place here? Oh, there is. It's burritos. That's fine.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Dropics or something. Let me bring me up.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
I'm sure I will. Burrito.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has... Please visit us.
All right, sorry. Check something like that. Hey, may I receive some lore today? What kind of lore do you want? Yes, go vote. Upvote the 85X. Oh, so the I'm only missing. I've got the actual location now, Bastion. The actual mission. I just need. Wait, my helmet on. I just need one more piece that I'm missing. Let me pull up the mission. So I have gotten almost all of the light strikes and almost all of the FL cannons now. So it's now just down to the different rewards. Basically, the stealth power plants.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
So we're going size 1, stealth. Stealth. We're on a stealth. Power plant, size 1. List, okay. Grade A. All right, so the slipstream, which I don't have yet. I got the Eclipse though, so it's the one of the hard plus. Actually, let me take my rep. My rep's actually pretty good, probably right now. Definitely in this senior contractor, yeah. All right. Tricky ambush. That. Nah, it's more about I just want to get those blueprints, so. Landing. Get restock. Go. Go. Whew. I'm hoping I can get it. I still have 3 hours left. I've still got about an hour left before I have to start preparing for the captain's table. An hour and a half. I think I can get it. I just need to finish off these missions fairly quickly. I think they take a little bit to spawn in sometimes, though. Pub-A-Thon's so rare. Breaker stations. Okay. Size 1 stealth. So I need barrel, oralite. Alright. And then lindenium. 17 pip wouldn't be bad. Jarsky, tell me what type of lore do you want to hear, and I'll give you my best. Whew, that's really quiet today. Everyone's just busy doing stuff. What do the tractor beams get you? Oh. The emitting cloud. That's just like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going and going. This is some funky of Prince, one-man jam before he was known as Prince. Oh, nice. I like Prince. Talk about this ship's lore. This ship was born out of a scam. It's built specifically to carry a torpedo that was supposed to be to skip through enemy shields. You see this little nose array right here? It's almost certainly that this nose array was designed specifically as a targeting device for that. Originally as a targeting device for that missile, that torpedo. But since the torpedo never worked, it turned it into like a radar array. Ooh. And the gunner was likely both a dual-use gunner and a targeter. Because you had to, supposedly you'd have to target it close range. But they found out that it was a scam. The torpedo was a scam, but at that time the UEE had already ordered a bunch of Gladiators be made by Anvil, and they're like, "Fuck, what do we do now?" So they redesignated the Anvil to the T8. It was usually it was the T3 for torpedo. It was the T8A, And
Watch your radar and make sure no one catches us off guard.
oh. And they refitted the ships to carry standard complement of size 5s. No, Anvil was also being scammed. It was made by an independent company, by a dude who was like a genius inventor kind of thing. To be fair, they thought they had the theory of the torpedo down. They just didn't really have the parts. Like the parts didn't exist, kind of thing. Lock. Can't stay here forever. Firing. Only one made it through. They shot down the rest of them. Shields down. Pull back. Okay. I'm gonna have to bitch out and come back. Yeah, bitching out, coming out. Done. All right, good. I'm out. Flipstream. Good. I'm done. Woo. Should we go to Levski? Where's Levski? There it is. Whew. Is there lore on the Reliant Core machine on creating that? Yeah, there is. So when the Freelancer was originally being made, one of the designers at MISC made a rival version of the Freelancer because they were looking for like new uses of the Xi'an technology they had acquired. And so it was boiled down to two ships. One which would become the Freelancer, and the other one which had a different name of like Ship 2, I think is what it was called. And this ship was effectively the Reliant, only the size of a Freelancer. So it was just this massive ship. And while it did well and it was pretty well liked, it just was too big of a ship for what it did. So it ended up getting passed on by MISC. The guy who worked on the MISC on that ship eventually sort of retired. And when MISC was looking for more ways to utilize their Xeon technology, they came across these plans that this designer had made, 23 years earlier. And they're like, hey, this would be actually a good one for if we just miniaturize the design. And so they miniaturized his design to create the Reliant series. Because at that point, they had better technology and more technology than they had in the past from the Xeon. Especially, they had better understandings of like Xeon thruster tech. So they wanted to use the Reliant as a testing ground for Reliant, or for Xeon thruster technologies, which culminated in the Xeon thruster technology of things like the, gosh, what are they called? Oh. Oh. The Razor. So. Hey, Deskula. Thank you. They've just been good. I finally achieved the goal that I had set for myself at the beginning of this long ass marathon, which was to get the quantum drives, the stealth quantum drives, the blueprints for the stealth quantum drives, and I now have them. Gonna be honest, if they built a Reliant like this, the size of the Freelancer with a hollow wing cargo design, that would be killer. Where you put the storage in the wings. Oh. There's not much lore on the Reclaimer. There was one Reclaimer that discovered like an old Chariot class colony ship and became millionaires overnight, which was the impetus for the creation, not really creation, but recreation of the Vulture. But we don't, that's the closest thing we had to any information about when the Reclaimer was even built. Thank you, Jarsky.
Jashi_S60R just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you so much for that 10 subs. You're all very important pubbers, very impressive pesters, very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers to JL. Shots and cheers. Right. Whew. And I said, whew. The things I have learned from this session are numerous, including I cannot believe anybody fucking mainlines this game. There are far too many issues, and the game is far too, like, beat your face against the wall, like, not hard, but, like, frustrating for me to go, yeah, I'm going to play this game right now forever as it is. Kind of always knew that, and I kind of had understood that, but experiencing it myself, it's like, fuck. Yeah, I mean, I can see, like, playing Star Citizen once or twice a week for a couple of hours and at least some of that time with friends. Yeah, it'd be fine. But, like, playing this game on a daily basis as you come home, relax, unwind, do game stuff, like, no. No. Not at all. Gonna bump that thing. This thing's been bothering me forever. It's not really there. but it's a remnant of another player who put their ship in my ship. Oh, it is here. What the fuck? I used to play Ark as my main line compared to that, so it's relaxing. That's true. I played Ark in the past, so I kind of get that. Then take, yeah, that's where I'm at. Maybe 6 to 10 hours a week, then take a week off every now and then. You're a good ship. Thank you.
Them biddies.
Alert! Alert! Paul has fallen below 4 hours. Alert! More gift subs are needed.
Oh, we got a treasure train going on. So, if you can now save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 2. So if we get to level 2, yes. All right. So yeah, we've got, if you have 5 or more gift subs, then you'll be 35% off of those. So Twitch is like, we're seeing this guy's getting a lot of gift subs. Here's a little bonus for you to get more gift subs. To get more gift subs. There we go. So for the next 5 minutes or so, it'll be like that.
Augusta Aquila 1 just gifted 5 subs.
I give those 5 subs there, Augusta. You're very important, proper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock shots. Cheers, chat. Y'all shots. Cheers. Love this music.
Dem biddies.
Even dem biddies there, Jarsky. So it's a treasure train and it's a gift sub. So if you gift subs, you get like little emotes as well.
Womblissimo just gifted 5 subs.
Hey, Wombly Smoke for those 5 subs. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Ooh. And then more biddies.
Dem biddies.
Store that. Ooh. See, I think that's another thing that Star Citizen is missing, which I feel like would be a good use. Hey, Jarski. We're keeping this train rolling, apparently.
Jashi_S60R just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for those 5 subs there, Jarski. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very good, veteran. You rock. Shots, cheers, chat. Shots and cheers. So Sims base building is very similar to Minecraft. Minecraft. It's like similar to Ark base building, or like there's a lot of similar. Oh, this one's broken, isn't it? No, it's not. It's very similar to, yeah, Ark base building or Rust base building, where you build like pieces, foundations, and pieces and such. All right, let's see what we can get in here. All right. Not bad. None of the stuff that I like to buy to make. You know, helmets that I like. I got some of that. Let's just nice. Racing suit. Mining. There we go. The Eclipse. This is a tier 2 power, or tier 2. I have none of the materials needed. Size 1. So this is size 1 or size 2. And then quantum drives, I have the Spectre. What is the Spectre? Quantum drive. Bell. Yeah, the Spectre, which is class, or Stealth A class size 1. And I also have the Spicule, which is size 2 grade A. So I already have the quantum drives. I already have the power. Now I have the power plants. Look at the radar. So I need the... These are all industrial. I need the Perilous, the Prophet, or the Cassandra. And the shields. I'm looking for shields. Grade A stealth. Mirage and Umbra. FR66, FR76, Guardian. So I have to figure out where those are. I can do the attritions, which are neat. Always love good. The light strikes, which I don't think are any good, and the FL33 is not any good. And the NDB30s. I can make the NDB30s. So I can fabricate these, I just need the right quantity for them. Make the Arclight, Coda, Demico, Fresnel, and then a lot of shotguns. Gallant. It's neat. Yeah, it's not that much. Ooh, carnivore. Okay. No. No, those are all 500 quality. These are all 500 quality, yeah. Thank you for that, y'all. We're back over 4 hours. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna get something to drink, some water and such like that. And when I come back, we will talk a little bit and get everything set up. Basically, now that I've done all these missions and stuff like that, I realize all I need are the radars and the coolers. And I have yeah, radars and the coolers. Let me double check one more time. Because I have the power plants, I have the quantum drives, and I have the shields. So I just need I need the shield. I need the shield, the radar, and the coolers for a full stealth A grade build. Be right back.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible.
Drugs.
Two words. Distress bacon.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
All right. Ta-da! Share stream for now, yes. And then 900 plus materials for all of it. Yeah, I mean, that is going to be easier to do because of org stuff. I can like build, the idea is I can build that stuff for the org as well. And at least the blueprints will remain even if the materials don't. So I'm more focused on getting the blueprints so I could get those and have those for later. Ooh. Let me see what the shield, what I have to do with the shields. Oh, fuck. It's Eckhart missions again. It's escort missions. Fuck. Is there an easy way to see what blueprints you have acquired? No, the easiest way you have to do is you have to go into a fabricator, and in the fabricator has all of the list of all of the blueprints. See if I have it. I probably do. It's VIP needs protection. Holy fuck, that's 403. Okay.
Keep it moving, folks.
Yeah. Remember Anthony Tanaka, indeed.
I hate to do this, my friend, but I've got to ask you. So, tell me a bit about what's going on.
Huh. Hey, look at this, chat. The municipal works. There's an elevator. And an elevator. And an elevator.
You can't get through here.
It's almost like they're setting something up for the fucking fall. For those of you who don't know, the municipal works is going to be the instanced FPS. It'll be sort of like what we experienced with what we have with like ASD mixed with Siege of Orson. The idea is you go into the municipal works to do missions. And those missions are procedural. Go do, turn on this aspect, do that aspect. It's not like a story mission as much as it's just a dungeon you go through and clear out. I have adjusted my opinion and doubts over the efficiency of subscription-based Twitch drops. See, the thing is, like what I was saying was, I myself was more interested in saying, okay, well, we'll see how this works, because this might attract more content creators to come back. And I don't know if it did, it might have, but it certainly works to bring more people in to subscribe. Oh yeah, I'll play that clip real quickly, just so we can go over it. If this is just a clip, thank you, Sergeant Acid, for doing this one. Go subscribe to him. It looks like he does some Star Citizen content. What else has he done? Oh, he's live right now. Cool. He's doing a lot of streams, stuff like that. It's cool. All right, so this is his video.
Outside of things.
Nope. Let's get to some acid. Turn this off for now. All right, here we go.
There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in whitebox, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our building interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works. So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbine.
So this is from CitizenCon Direct, not from last year. What I was showing off is that they already have positioned and built the entry to the Municipal Works into Levski as of this latest patch. It's already there. It's just waiting for it to be activated. So this is like what they're working on for that part.
Which is still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see Night 18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at, and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them with faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay?
Thank you for that. My solutions was at Area 18 first. Area 18 needs an overhaul, like a drastic overhaul. So there's no they would have been able to do it on Area 18. Like they need to do building interiors and interior. They need to rework the Genesis system with Genesis system how to do the procedural buildings and stuff like that. So there's a lot of work they need to do with Area 18 to fix it, or not Area 18, but ArcCorp to fix it. So Area 18 is not going to get something like this till later. When was this last time? When was the last time anything was added to Area 18? Yeah, that's true. So the thing that he's talking about, and the fact that this was originally supposed to be an Area 18 and is sort of migrated to Levski, is that they're going to, he mentions overlays. For those of you who don't know what an overlay is, an overlay is a system that CIG has developed, that what they call overlays is simply they build out the geometry and structure of a level, like a habitation. You'll see this in Pyro a lot, where if you go to like a CFP outpost, you can walk into buildings that look almost identical to buildings that are in a headhunter's outpost. However, when you walk into the outpost or into that building, the interior is drastically different because it's dressed different. What they've done is they've made different overlays that they can put onto that building. And that's what they'll do with Municipal Works. My guess is they're hoping that they can make every landing zone have a Municipal Works. So every landing zone will have its own dungeon where you go in and do maintenance for the local authorities. And initially it'll only be 3 chapters, and those chapters will change depending on how much you've done. So the enemies will spawn differently and that kind of stuff. But it's obviously it's clear that their goals are to create slightly different formats, or slightly different, I should have just said overlays, so that they can have different styles that they can put at different landing zones to give each landing zone a reason to go play at rather than just go for one. It's not even in the world. It's just a elevator teleport. Yeah, but you'd also have to build the entryway for it in the first place. There are defined or layered out spaces under Lorville after it was redone. Yeah, there were. They have to also redo the landing zone for Lorville because it's so old, but I imagine they're also waiting for building interior technology to come online to do that too. The only landing zones that I think will make it to tier 0 or to tier 1, whatever, 1.0, I should say, is Orison and maybe New Babbage. New Babbage might also get touched with that overhaul, so it could be a little bit different. But I think the landing zone is probably going to be the same. Area 18 probably will be the same as well, but the area around Area 18 will change. So this is CIG's solution to people wanting content in landing zones, is to give each landing zone a dungeon for you to run. So we're getting roguelike dungeons in Star Citizen? Yes. Oh yeah, I imagine the new Planetech will cause changes to many of the existing landing zones as well. Yeah. To say again for Macton, because you said it's not even the world, it's an elevator teleport. Yeah, but they don't want to build an area and then have to rebuild it after they've already made it. Again, effectively. Roguelite, not roguelike. I'm not fond of FPS, but I hate PvP, so I may try them out. The idea of these was always that people complained that there was all these interesting landing zones that they've built out, but there's not a lot of the audio back up too. Oh, elevator hallway, terrifying. It's not even terrifying. It's just the work. They don't want to do double work, is what it is. Besides, it's clear that the Levski stuff is the testing grounds, and since Levski's not going to change to 1.0, it's better to build it on a system you already have. But there are always back doors to come inside the garage at New Babbage and Hurston. So also had those uncontrolled entire. No, there were not uncontrolled. There were gates that were controlled. But yeah. I like more reasons to stay in the same planet for extended periods, especially for people stranded and saving up for a ship. Yeah, that's effectively what this is. What CIG is trying to do is make as much content as they can that's semi-repeatable in as limited of spaces as they can so that they can expand out the content per system. Effectively, they want to procedurally generate a ton of different locations, which is what this architect is for, that they can then place various missions at these locations, because these places will be built around the missions that they're planning on making or have been making already. So they don't get obsolete when, a new mission shows up, like a lot of the older locations do. And then they're also doing things like municipal works, which will also have what they call the depths. They should add caves that we could mine like handheld starter materials with this as well. I could see that in places like Levski and Hurston, where like those sorts of industrial or former industrial locations. I could see them, but I don't. They'd have to be closer to the locations themselves, rather than I wouldn't see it on like Orison, obviously, or New Babbage, or even Area 18. Or with this, okay, I said, this is speculation, Paul, or from the people who were designing the game. This is speculation, Chops. But we've already heard them talk about this. They said specifically on CitizenCon Direct that they want to make it more dynamic with the municipal works. They've said before, they talked about the reason why Starchitect exists is because they want to have more dense locations where they can put a bunch of different content in. This is stuff that has been stated by CIG. This is not theory crafting or speculation. This is CIG has said this in official stuff, in official languages. The speculation part is me pulling in the idea that, this is what they're trying to build in terms of connecting these systems together. The logical answer is deep depth systems where they have lots of places where they can build municipal works, or lots of places where they can do various different missions, so that increases the amount. So municipal works on Levski can easily be extrapolated to municipal lurks across the systems and the landing zone. And they sort of hinted at that in that video where they're like, we want to increase the number of stuff. And it's a pretty simple, easy solution. No. So it's not going to be like Starfield's Planet Generator. You're not going to have like a hand-generated location, like a roll dice location. The locations themselves are procedurally generated by CIG, so they're not hand-touched. They're not hand-built by devs. All of the locations, like the outposts and stuff like that right now, are hand-built by CIG. And that takes time and energy. That's why we don't have a lot of points of interest in Star Citizen that can cover large areas. That's why there's large areas of the planets and moons that are just completely empty. So when I say procedural generation, what I mean is they will build them out as like specific archetypes. And it'll just kind of they'll roll the dice on that when they make it, and they'll go in and touch it up here and there, but it'll kind of expand that out there. Automation through modularization. Exactly. That's what I mean by increasing the density of content. This is their solution to Sandbox, which is sort of more of a, here's all these locations you can go to and visit, and they'll all have different missions. You can just pick them up and go. It's sort of the on-the-fly, don't have to worry about it as much, which will work, but I also think that they need to focus on Sandbox as a sandbox rather than locations which can break, which they still have to maintain. Yeah, it's not completely random because they'll set what pieces are included in the planet. Yeah, but they'll say, hey, I want a points of interest. This planet is a mining planet. Has a lot of mining options. I want mining settlements and I want trading settlements. And as far as I know, it'll just generate those on the fly. And then it'll also generate sub-locations like little refinery outposts or little habitation wings that are just outside of the main outpost or the main like settlement, so that they can feed into the location. The idea is that that'll be dynamically created. It could also just be that they say, hey, I want a mining outpost here, and then it spawns all that stuff on their own, and then they have to go in and change it. I don't know the specifics on that part, but the idea is that less hand touching by the handcrafted by the developers, more on the fly creation. Once it's running in full force, how often would you think they could spit a planet out? Just a blank planet? Probably not that long. The issue isn't the blank planets. The issue is landing zones will still probably have to be hand touched. They're probably working on that too in terms of how to make it more automated. The goal of this is more to make planets more interesting and more enjoyable to travel through, because they also want to increase things like weather and other hazards, so that you aren't flying, you're also driving. Gotta hire Tarn Adams to get DF12's World Gen Tech? What's DF12? I do not know this DF12. How much on that fly create will be AI driven? I don't know. They did say that they were using machine learning AI with some of the Planet Tech stuff. They were planning. They were experimenting with it. They weren't necessarily going to use it. They had just built an experimentation team to see if machine learning would work for building planets, and they showed it off on one of the Citizen Cons. It was pretty decent. Oh, Dwarf Fortress. But if they can spot planets out, think about them making Derelict Planet for those that want exploration, just throw some out in the void. I don't think that would work as well as people think. CIG is not going to make the roll the dice, random 17 systems or thousands of planets where players can discover. That's not the game design. They might find rogue planets or like rogue moons or asteroids or stuff like that. They might be able to do stuff like that, but the goal of this tech is not to make more planet or more moons, but make better planets and better moons for gameplay. What if they made an instance if you find a wormhole and spits you out randomly in an area? That would still be a lot of work and a lot of effort for one gameplay loop. I get what you're saying, Chops. I get what you're saying. What you're saying is what a lot of people have been saying and say they want, which is they want to be able to find a jump point, go through the jump point, find a brand new star system that's completely procedurally generated, that's instanced to them so that they can explore and enjoy and build their planets and do the things they need to do. And then, so that way everyone can have their own jump point exploration experience where they can go off and find new interesting planets and systems. But if everyone does that, then it's not really, you're never going to go back to your main system, to the main systems. You'll just stay out there. And CIG still seems to at least want to have players interact with each other. The instancing is more designed specifically so that they can tell stories or have experiences which are specific to 1 to 4 to whatever many players. Do you think the next planets will be pretty empty, or will they, or have a handful of settlements POIs? I don't know. Almost certainly CIG is the CIG we're talking about, so they're almost certainly going to put POIs on Nyx 1 just because they can. But Nyx 2 would make more sense in my mind, because Nyx 2 is, while it is a smog world, Nyx 2 is a smog world. There is likely research bases, mining bases, and other places on that planet that are ancient, that have been there since QV Planet Services was around. So that planet makes a little bit more sense, and because it's an extremely hazardous environment, it's Venus, basically, it would make for interesting gameplay. They're just releasing next star system once they get these 4 running great under Genesis. Yes, 4. What do you mean 4? There's 3 planets in the system. Nyx 1, 2, and 3. Sounds like a good place for a Shadow ASD facility, right? Or a Van Duel outpost where they're taking over one of those places and using it to run raids out of. CR is too much of a control freak to ever sign off on fully procedural star systems. He wants to be able to control the experience of the player. Yeah. Please make hazardous planets make sense. They missed out on making ground vehicles viable on Lazarus, for sure. So, we are going to be doing the Captain's Table here in about 45 minutes. I'm going to stop here for a moment and make a thumbnail for it. This is going to be a call-in show. So I need your participation to come in and talk about your opinions on both the current state of Star Citizen and the current state / future state of the new player experience. Well, how is it now? Is it good or bad? What could CIG change? What do you want to see as a new player experience? Would you be okay with CIG's plan for something equivalent to like a like an hour to 2 hour like instanced start, like basically single player 2 hour mission? Sure. Let me do it here, see if it works. There you go.
Jashi underscore S60R just gifted 5 subs.
If there's 5 subs there, Jarsky, you're very important, Papa, very pessimist, very pedestrian. You're rock, cross the cheers in chat, y'all, shots the cheers. Now, what I will say about that idea for procedural generated planets and systems, I would wonder, because here's the thing. I am of the belief that the Star Citizen community, full of very technical minded people, many of whom are game developers or work in tech in the past, or currently work in tech, will likely take Squadron 42, rip out Squadron 42, and put in Star Citizen. Meaning they'll take the basis framework of Squadron 42, which should be similar enough to Star Citizen, and like load in the level of Stanton rather than Odin.
But you can
Never, ever
take away my space game.
Sinfiotly91 has subscribed.
Steve Shortly, thanks so much. You're very important public, very precipitous, very pedestrian. This is your fault from drinking out shots, cheers, check out shots and cheers. Thank you, Sinfjord. Back here. I don't know if Squadron 42 will be all that moddable. Oh. It doesn't matter if it's easily moddable. I think that this community will rip it to pieces. People have already started modding Star Citizen. The thing is that Star Citizen has easy anti-cheat, so it's a little bit more difficult to get around the easy anti-cheat. But if people are already fucking with Star Citizen, then they can fuck with Squadron. The question is, will CIG put the kibosh on it, is the question. Will they come in and they slash it away and prevent it from being from being done? Because the second that players manage to do that, it'll be interesting if people can get access how much information or how much is available in the builds of Star Citizen that they could use as a basis for things like procedurally generation. Because I have a feeling that what people will do is do the same thing they did with Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5. For those of you who don't know, 5M and Red M are based off of the single-player versions of Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5. They're entirely modded versions of the single-player game. So, as a result, they're not the same. They're not running the same, like, netcode and backend stuff as the online versions of both those games. This means, or this means, I think that that's what Star Citizen fans will do to Squadron 42 to be able to make private servers. I just want the planets to rotate around their sun and the moon around their planets. Being always in the same place is not logical. It's a network issue because of the number of players and the amount of data and that kind of stuff. Yeah. To be honest, I think the RP community just wants to use the PU. I don't disagree, but I do think that if people created that system, which I think will happen, if there's enough motivation, and I think there is, then you'll see a lot of people build their own role-playing servers or independent servers, because they have a lot more control over it. So they can do their own stories and weird stuff, that kind of stuff. Only because CIG already said that they wanted to do private servers with Star Citizen. It's been mentioned in the past. Hell, they had they sold an entire booklet, or like a kind of a guide to modding Star Citizen. So at least initially, CIG said that they were very okay with mods. The only real barrier to that is functional prox VoIP and prox chat. There are ways around that. Like, if I remember correctly, RedM and 5M use TeamSpeak as their prox chat systems. Again, they're based off of the single-player version of not the multiplayer, so they don't have native prox chat in there. That's not exactly an elegant solution. No, but just because it's not an elegant solution doesn't mean it won't work.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
I don't think we'll see that dream state. Not from the official CIG side.
Siri Pepsi 8 has subscribed.
Thank you there, Sire Pepsi 8. You're a very important pupper, very impressive surveying pedestrian. This is your fault. There's very good night. Trust and cheers. Check, y'all. Trust and cheers. The problem is that CIG seems to be in desperate needs of monetizing everything they can. So I have a feeling what will happen is players will break the code for Squadron. They will inject the map for like Stanton or something like that into Squadron so that they can play Squadron, or play Squadron, but it's just Star Citizen. And they will then get popular or semi-popular. Some people will start playing it and CIG says, oh, this is great. And then CIG will realize they're not making any money off of it, and they'll shut it down because they say, don't worry, we'll build our own custom servers that you can purchase and you can rent and you have all sorts of controls over, and then just not put any money into it because it's not valuable enough, and they'll do it eventually. That's my worst case scenario situation for that one. Oh, still hours, 3 hours and 35 minutes. That puts us at about 9 hours and 41 minutes, about, for this for today, which is not bad. Guys, Discord, awesome. So yes, we are going to be doing a call-in show. People love the call-in shows, so please do join us if you have your opinion. I want to hear your thoughts on the current state of Star Citizen, but also specifically the new player experience in Star Citizen. How is it? What should it be? Is CIG moving in the right direction? That sort of thing. What are the chances that CIG could create a service fee, say $20 a month to make private servers? $20 a month is too low. CIG would charge probably closer to $100. Paul likes them because they're short. I do like them because they're short, but I also like them because people seem to be more willing to talk. So you get a nice breadth of experience. people who are more cynical, people who are more optimistic. You get a good spectrum of opinions. So. Rockstar can get away with siloing private servers for money. I don't know if CIG can get away with it and keep their RP community. Does their RP community make them a lot of money? Like, is there RP community? Is there a member of their RP community that CIG knows and is like a huge whale? Let me put it this way, though. There is no way that CIG has the resources and time to make private servers in the next 2 years. And if my theory is correct on what's going to happen with Squadron being used for Star Citizen roleplay or Star Citizen private servers, like basically being able to play Star Citizen offline, if that's true, if that happens, it'll happen in the next 2 years. How long did the call in? About 30 minutes. About 30 minutes. I got to actually set up the thumbnail and the stream itself. Mm-hmm. What's going on? What's going on with in the chat? Done. All right. Six+ hours? I mean, that's just for today, Martel. Yesterday. I've done two 16-hour days, so plus I've been streaming for 6 hours and I got 3 more hours to go. So looking at close to probably more like 10 hours right now. So we're about a little less than 5 or a little more than 5 hours. Probably more 5.5, but a little more than 5 hours until you can force me to fly the Redeemer every day next week. So we're going to be doing the Captain's Table, which is my podcast that I do. This week, the first week of the month, I do a call-in show where I have people from the community come in and talk about their thoughts, and then after that, I will just play whatever we have left time. What are we talking about? Let me go through all this stuff. Iris was saying something specifically. The thing you describe as has griefernet. The thing that they don't want to contain is the average griefernet or ganker. Yeah, let me. Iris is not wrong. I will basically tell you this, y'all. There is a large number of players who, if they had the chance to play Star Citizen alone and not deal with anybody else, they would do it. Like, so many people in this community want Star Citizen to be an offline game. And that's what Iris' initial arguments was that people will want to play this game with friends without anybody else fucking with their storylines or their playthroughs or whatever. So that's just an RP stuff. It's just everyone will have that desire. Or lots of people will have that desire. Cover that RP communities on private servers versus public servers. That's not to say there aren't public RP servers. There's plenty of people who do public RP stuff. But the reality is, and this is one of those weird ones, is that I have never seen successful public RP that wasn't treated as cringe or weird outside of like Eve. Most people who roleplay want to be with them, with themselves, with the other people who are playing as for roleplay, because they know that other people won't give a shit. And most good RP servers are private with specific rules. And from a content creator perspective, holy fuck, are private RP servers popular. If you can get a private RP server for Star Citizen and you get any half-decent RP streamers to come on and play it, which a lot of them already follow Star Citizen, it would blow up the Star Citizen category to a degree where it would be up in the top 10, as long as it wasn't completely shit. It'd be up in the top 10 for ever in Twitch, let alone on YouTube and stuff like that. Yeah, GTA 5 is mostly streamed for RP. Let me look at it right now. Yeah, I'm not saying Star Citizen is GTA 5, though. It's got a completely different vibe. They removed the... Not recommended for me. Remove parallel. There we go. Okay, so GTA 5 has 83,000 viewers. If I go into the category of 83,000, the top 2 streamers that are English... Oh, Vader. Yeah, I know Vader. Let's see if my boy is streaming. My boy is currently not streaming. He'd be up there as well. Of the top 10, I think 9 of them are, 9 of them are, in English at least, are RP streamers, with the top 2 being RP servers. GTA being on top can easily wear out and change, especially with that Red M being bought. Well, it wasn't just Red M. 5N and Red M are both bought, but yeah. Yeah, the GTRP is the issue is rarely the game and modification. It's more the community implodes for one reason or another, and then they move on to a different server. Yeah. Red Dead was got a big... I used to do Red Dead RP. Wild RP, baby. I didn't stream it ever because I have a hobby because I do TTRPGs. I enjoy roleplay. I'm not very good at roleplay, but I'm decent at it. Enough that when I talk with folks who play, and I've been hanging out with like people who are like bigger RPers than I am, they've enjoyed my company when I roleplay my stuff. Yeah. I'm not tooting my own horn, but I like that stuff. That's the shit. That's the shit that I enjoy. The point being, the reason why I brought all that up is because I could see, depending on what tools are available for players, if CIG released an official like mod tools for Star Citizen, they would have to release things like planet generation tech. Like they'd have to release a suite of like Bethesda does with their a lot of their games. Because if they did that with Star Citizen, I think Star Citizen would do really, really well. Outside of the hacked version of Squadron, that I think will happen. The best path CIG can take, in my opinion, is to let players hack the fuck out of Squadron and make it an offline version of Star Citizen / a private server version of Star Citizen, and be like, this is neat, you should check it out, they're really fancy, and then fuck off and not touch it, because it'll gravitate and create more buzz around Star Citizen, because it'll create an RP space, which will itself have a lot of viewers, which will pull it up in the Twitch categories, as well as probably improve its categories in YouTube and so on and so forth. And then work on their own, once they get 1.0 out, work on their own, like have a strike team that works on making sort of like a tools so that modders could use it to build their own mods for Star Citizen, and release servers like offline, an offline or online or like a private servers that they sell themselves with those tools added, so that, you know, you have access to things like sharding and that sort of thing. Because if you gave players access to the procedural generation technology of Genesis, you know, players would fucking go crazy with that shit. Well, who sharded? You give players access to Genesis and the, like, at least some version of the backend technology. That may be a little bit more difficult, because if you give players access to that sort of those sort of tools, then modders and hackers will use it to create exploits inside CIG, or inside CIG systems. But like, ideal word, you give players those sorts of access to those things. Holy shit. You're going to come up with some way crazy new games. There'll be brand new games based off Star Citizen. There's enough, you know, technical skill in the fan community that we could probably have whole new ships being built by fans alone. Whole new ship manufacturers being built. The point being, there's a lot of potential outside of Star Citizen for Star Citizen to be popular. Like, the one thing I would like to do, to be honest, players would probably likely craft planets shaped like penises. Of course they would. But I mean, look at like modding scenes for any major game that has modding available. And there's always some penis stuff, but there's also tons of improvement mods and overhaul mods and that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's a Skyrim RP server, which the solution was to remove all the NPCs so players do all of the work. And it's really popular. Like I was gonna say, the only thing I would want to do with tools like this, or if I would be tempted to put together a team for and learn how to do this stuff on my own, would be, I have an idea. I'm gonna pitch you this idea before we pause and get into the captain's table. Picture this. A single person to up to, let's just say, 30 people. The game starts with every single person and a single NPC around a campfire. Like camping, it's like sort of like a big outing for everyone. It's sort of a celebration of some kind. And then in the distance, you see a small town nearby. And then a bomb or like a retaliator comes over and bombs the town. And you run to the town to see everyone in town being slaughtered. With approaching, you're basically naked, by the way. Like you have like clothing on, obviously, but like, and maybe like some basic weapons, but nothing crazy. And from that point on, your goal is to overthrow the planetary government. Is this your X-Guys fantasy novel? No, this is a gameplay idea for like it would work, I think, in a arena commander sort of environment. But I was inspired. That idea came to me because I was inspired by a mod for Arma 3 called Antistasi. Now, the Antistasi mod is effectively that. Your job is to overthrow the government. And it's you and your friends starting a revolution, winning over the support of locals, getting resources, commandeering vehicles and weapons from the military so you can improve your like how much money or how much your equipment as you go forward, and better armor, better weapons. That's how Antistasi works. It's just do that in Star Citizen, where like your job is to overthrow the planetary government because they killed all your family. And because it's Star Citizen, you'd add little things like, Castak Arms is willing to sell you some weapons and gear, but you have to do these little mini missions and you have to go meet with like the representative and stuff like that. And so, like, eventually you get access to ships and, vehicles. But every time you get to those locations, as you get closer and closer to like the capital city, it gets harder and harder, and you're experiencing more enemies and enemies with better health and more gear, all that kind of stuff, until you have to like break through the governor's office and shoot the governor, Like something like that in the Star Citizen environment, because I think one of the problems that Star Citizen has is everyone has fucking everything. Everyone has gear, is geared to the fucking teeth, so they're not as scared about the rest of the world. It's like, what would Star Citizen be like if you basically started naked and the entire world wanted to kill you? Anyway, let's get this all set up. Instead of Star, it's just Citizen. Well, I mean, the idea behind it, if the game gets released, I could see a hardcore mode being popular for Star Citizen. Yeah, I could see that too, if CIG wanted to run something like that. But like, that's just one idea. What I'm trying to say is CIG is in a position with their technology that they could become like an Arma, where their engine and the stuff they've done to it is interesting because of how much it can be modded and changed for other IPs or other people to do interesting things. Yeah, the idea that I had behind that, by the way, was the story of the Castak revolutions. Not the Castak Revolution. Castak supported them. The Locke Revolution. At the end of the Mezer era, I'm guessing is that the governor who was in control of the planet of Locke refused to recognize the UEE, the new UEE, So rebels inside Lock 4 rose up and overthrew the government. And they did so with the help of Kastak, who would supply them weapons and armor. So I was thinking, like, what if you told that story? What would that story look like? And I was just like, revenge. It would look like a revenge story. The key being, you gotta do missions to help out, to make the locals happy with you. And as you go along, you get access to blueprints to craft cool things, that kind of stuff. Right now, they don't have any resources to do any of that stuff, but I think they have the potential to, which is weird because not all games really have it. I think it's because Star Citizen's so sandboxy and it's a lot of its designs. All right, let's move over. Do. Still active. Let's test this real quick, chat. Still active, which is good. Perfect. Be right back, chat. We're going to get started here in a couple of minutes. Oh, those on YouTube, I'm going to move you over to the new stream here shortly. So be prepared. I'm going to be like kind of cooking you off to that other one. Just so you all know, I'm still waiting for people to show up. There's nobody who's come in yet. So I'm going to wait until we have a few more folks to come in. I know we had a couple people said they're going to get a cuppa and come on in. So now is the time to come in if you are looking to talk. New player experience. Yes, that's the idea. More like, it's going to be a combo. I also kind of want to know your own thoughts on Star Citizen, how Star Citizen's doing right now. That's going to be a kind of a general question for all these. It's just like your thoughts on Star Citizen right away, and then also your thoughts on whatever. In this case, the new player experience as it stands, how it's evolving, how it should evolve. That's okay. We're running a little bit past the start time, so I just want to make sure we do. We can delay a little bit longer. I'm also going to switch over for Restream. To the captain's table? Well, this is a call-in show to the captain's table. Just say that the new players are being invited to the captain's table. Let me hear what you think about the new player experience. How are the ensigns doing? Take your time. It's not that pressing. We've been late before. All right, YouTube, I'm shutting you down, moving you over to the new captain's table.